Alright, so, few minutes late because brain is sluggish today, and also little bit of indecisiveness, as is tradition at this point here. But we'll play a bit of Hive Jump Survivors for a bit. We had played the demo a while ago, and I had some good interaction with at least the public face of those developers a while back, so only right to give back a bit there anyway. As the dashboard completely collapses. Congratulations, Twitch. Way to go, as usual. Doing a great job. So that's a good sign. Anyway, let's just get this ball rolling, shall we? And do what we do best. So, usual Survivors fare as far as some of this goes. You'll note that there are characters to be unlocked through these points up here. These are gained by spending points using this amber stuff down here. You'll notice a bunch of these upgrades are locked. You actually have to do things to get your meta progression upgrades unlocked. I've got a few of them, as you can see, because I played a bit here and there, but not over much. There's explanations of a lot of things in here. You'll notice also that a good chunk of your loadout is also locked away behind doing various tasks in the game. Thankfully, it does tell you what to do for all of them without you having to go over to the other pages to find them. It's not too bad. Okay, only pulse rounds, relics, and the jetpack. Which the jetpack you have by default, so there's that. I thought I did get max tier pulse rounds at some point. Some of these I feel like I did get, but it didn't credit. But I may also not understand what they are asking for necessarily. This is gonna be hard, clearing the 3 spawners before wave 5. I've had enough trouble clearing any spawners, but it might just be because I'm not understanding the better ways to go about that. We'll figure it out as we go. Just making sure everything's in good order, because I'm seeing some weird... Looks like we're alright. We'll just go for it. We'll go standard jumper. We'll try to get that one where we just use the plain pulse rounds, relics, and jetpack right quick. See if that works out in the slightest. Now you'll notice there's a firing mode auto up there. You can actually turn this into a manual game as well if you wish. Right now I'm going to leave it on auto, so I don't have to think too much at the moment. But we may try out manual again later on. It can be worthwhile to just turn on manual temporarily to go after something specific to get it away. Because the targeting doesn't always do the best things, as is tradition for these kind of games. Now, you'll notice I'm able to combine these two since I saw a duplicate. You, of course, can't combine 2 of different rarities together. Now, it said I can only use pulse rounds. I don't know if it means that I can only have a single copy of pulse rounds, because you can have duplicates in your gear set as well, and it's completely allowable and fine. So what I'm thinking is I'll just stack 3 separate pulse rounds and just go bullet crazy. Apparently I wasn't flying high enough over that for that to count, so that's upsetting. There went a good chunk of health. I can't have any of these if we're trying to do the thing. Still can't have any of those either. Oh, okay, moving right along then. That upgrade was pointless. But yeah, basically you'll get a weapon option every few sets of things that pop up, more or less. Go ahead and start getting some crit rate going, because if we're using just basic shots, we are going to need some crit rate. Yup. Okay, so let's see. Would love to get at some of that experience, but it is a little hot over there, and our health is not looking great. There we go. Just hop over and do that. I really should use the jetpack a lot more, because that's half of the whole shtick of the game. But I find that I'm constantly saving it for a rainy day, which sometimes the rain hits before I get a chance to use it. I would love to have that overshield, but... Oh, there was a pulse rounds in there. Oh well, it's fine. There's one there. Now you might be wondering, how are you going to use multiple guns? Well, this little drone floating over my head uses my other gun. So we're good. We don't have to worry about that. You basically will have the gun in your hand and two drones if you're using 3 weapons. That will, of course, vary. I forgot that you can't jump over those. It takes a little bit of getting used to know what the jetpack will protect you from and what it won't protect you from. It has been, I think, a month since I last played this. Something like that. So, you know, that's a thing. Those eggs could have healing in them. Unfortunately, they seem to have chosen not to today. So that greatly inconveniences this whole living thing I'm trying to do. Crazy concept, I know, trying to live, but it's kind of important to me. Thankfully, even though we are doing a terrible job of killing them, they automatically die at the end of a wave anyway, so it kind of sorts itself out. This is one of the things that would make the jetpack a lot more beneficial, is getting an attack speed boost while I'm up there. But I can get half the benefit without needing to spend meter on it. So I'll take the constant half over the temporary double. There's a heal. These terminals can be important. Some of the side objectives that pop up pertain to those. Much like the untouchable thing we failed moments ago. There will be a bunch of those side objectives. And I will probably fail the vast majority of them trying to do this setup. Utility speed's useless to me. Like, a lot of mechanics are going to be useless to us trying to just be basic gunman. But, you know, do what you gotta do to unlock things. That's how these games go. And the audio balance should be good, but if it isn't, let me know. As per usual. And if anyone's worried that I'm sick, I don't think so. I think this was just a bad night. Which is weird, considering I went to sleep at a reasonable hour and I didn't wake up at all that I can remember last night. But I woke up feeling rough. So, that's why we're taking it a bit easy today. I think it's just one of those days. And we got poisoned, so we died. I need to get my feet back under me for this game, so we're gonna die like that a few times, probably. We'll try doing that setup one more time. Maybe RNG will be a bit kinder, and we'll actually get more pulse rounds to show up. And maybe I'll actually notice them when they show up. Unlike that one that I let it go because I wasn't thinking about it. What a time to be alive if I actually paid attention to everything, huh? I guess I'll take the extra goo pickup. Goo being the stuff that's on the ground. At the rate I'm playing, extra health. If I didn't have to use the standard jumper for this whole thing we're doing here, I would have used any of the other jumpers. That we have. Not that we have that many of them either, but It would help. There we go. This is basically like a berserk. Lets us go and shoot a lot faster. Unfortunately, our range is currently awful. So we gotta get close to make use of it. But as you can see, it rips through things once you go berserk. But worst case, we'll get a bunch of amber that I can get some more passive bonuses with, and it'll find a way to work itself out one way or the other. Why must you give me sad options every time? I'm not gonna combine these two to make the upgraded one. I want the 2 level 2s at the moment. This way I have split shots, because otherwise it'll be focusing its fire on one singular target until it's destroyed. And that could very easily get me overwhelmed like we got last time. But 2 blue pulse rifles is a lot better than the 1 blue and 1 green we had last time. So in that regard, we're better off. Just our range right now is upsetting. There we go. Start fixing that. And you might be wondering, you can move around pretty well. Why would you need increased attack range? I need increased attack range to deal with the ranged units and the bombers. That's what I need the increased range for. It's either that or I have to really get in there and duck out before they explode. And I don't think we have an actual dash to use. All right, we'll just take that. That little tower thing we picked up is a magnet, so it draws everything to us. Here's one of the nests. Take that health regen. We'll see if we actually get to use it. Oh, that's a beautiful time to get a berserk. Now we pound this nest and try our best to kill it. Nope, there went the untouchable. Which, admittedly, bad timing to be trying to do this with untouchable running, but it's fine. I believe the damage on that'll stay, so let's back out for a second and try to let this wave finish, and then we'll go back into the nest to try to finish that job. Yeah, because as you can see, it's getting a little packed in tight in here. Okay, they're gonna pop. Go ahead and combine one of those. Come on. No, I'm not gonna be able to afford another one if I do that, so we'll just hold. I'm gonna die to poison again. That is the one frustrating thing with this game, is it's very easy to die to poison. Is you just sidestep into the 1 pixel outer edge of these pools. You don't have to actually step into it. You have to just be like right there and you'll get poisoned. It's very unfortunate. But on the bright side, we did get something out of that. So we got that going for us. We now have the brass blessing, classification. Oh, okay, it's a weapon. Weapon modification, anyway. Not entirely sure. Well, we'll find out. Like, it's clearly in the weapon category, considering it's in here with the rest of these. Just describes a little strange. Can I afford anything? I'm betting not, no. That's fine. We'll take a break from trying to do the default special here. And we'll play something a little bit more different. We'll play the marksman. I have cleared on base difficulty before. But that took a very specific setup to accomplish so far. Yeah, the marksman's biggest issue is going to be getting overwhelmed at first. This is something I should actually use manual fire mode for. I wasn't trying to buy that game, I was just trying to shoot my gun. That's the one issue with manual fire, is now and then you can end up accidentally grabbing something. I don't really want any of these, but I guess I'll take the speed while jetpacking, because it'll probably save my life at some point. Yeah, early on I'll use manual fire with this to make sure it actually hits things that matter and doesn't just shoot stupid. Later on I'm gonna have to give that up because it's gonna get bad. Using manual, I can step down here and do something like this without worrying about it firing too early and hitting nothing. Problem is, it only pierces so many targets. Give me a... Oh, right, cryo beams are expensive. Go ahead and lock that and just give me the other mag slugs for now, then. I also want an overshield, but we'll get to that in a minute. Now that we have two of them, I'll go ahead and let it fire on its own. But yeah, that's your lesson in how manual fire works. You right-click to fire your weapon, and you can aim freely. And this is why auto fire on the mag slugs is not great. It's a bit of a gamble, because every now and then it fires stupid. And with it firing the speed it is, it's kind of problematic, which is why it's okay once you have two of them, but not recommended when you only have one, because you lose out on so much of the piercing for each shot if you don't judge your shots accordingly. I still don't have enough to buy the cryo beam. Let's go ahead and grab the overshield then, because the overshield is wonderful. With how fragile you are in this game, the overshield is really important unless you really know your stuff. And at this point, I've rusted over enough that I cannot say that I know my stuff anymore. According to the new plan I had for doing this type of game for YouTube, I would be cutting these run-based, but at the rate today's going, that's not going to have any value because every video is going to be like 2 minutes long. So what we're going to do is probably just put this one up whole, because we're also probably only going for like 2, maybe 3 hours anyway, unless something changes. There we go. Now I can get my cryo beam. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine my mag slugs together, grab the cryo beam. Because that's another handy thing you can do, is just use the extra slot for the extra weapon until you actually have something for that space. Of course, somebody pings me the second I start, because of course they do. Yep, that is not important right now. They really want me to have a rejuvenation field on this run, I swear. Hey, free stuff. I don't remember these being a thing. They might have added these later on. But, plus 20% crit chance? Yes, please, give. And then we add more. That's gonna make a huge difference for us. I don't think I'm gonna get over to the nest in time for this berserk. could be useful. Which is a pity because Berserk Cryo Beam is ridiculous. Because it'll just snap target to target to target and just chew through everything around us. Yeah, we have too many targets for our weapons to be effective here. Let's back out till we get a little stronger and come back to that idea. What you want is a good crowd controlling weapon and something reasonably powerful, not just something reasonably powerful and a beam that kind of exists at the moment. Keep scooping up the goo and we'll work it out as we go. Now it's actually pretty important to upgrade the shield because you'll notice it gives a higher cap to the shield, but more importantly, it lowers the recharge delay. So if your shield goes down, you get it back sooner. Because let me tell you, you're gonna lose that shield a lot unless you're really good at this. Okay, data transmission is to my left. Our crit chance is already up to 45, but if we bring it up to 55, things will just get better. I also don't remember there being an arrow pointing to where the objective is. That might have also been added. Or I'm just stupid. Always possible. Grab the magnet first, and then we'll go around the bend. Because there's plenty of stuff I left behind, trying not to die. Now, how these data transmissions work is I just need to stay within the radius of this terminal down here. Which is easier said than done in our current setup, but I'm going to be stubborn and do it anyway. Now, you'll notice if you go out of the range, it resets. And that's where this becomes a problem. Shuts down, and I'm dead. I shouldn't have tried that right now. That was greedy. But I also saw the writing on the wall for how that setup was going and decided to just let it go. This game is a little bit on the rough side. Especially when you're playing like an idiot like I am today. Survivor run with max tier cryo beam, max tier flamethrower, max tier pulse rounds. Well, if we try to go for the max tier pulse rounds, survive, we'll go this way because this one starts with an upgraded pulse rounds. And that may sound like a really big advantage, but I believe they are debuffed whenever they're not flying as the aerial jumper, so that's kind of a counterbalance. It's a pity we threw away that ordnance drop, but, well, you know, things happen. What I really need is to get some more jetpack fuel. Some fuse grenades. Fuse grenades are great when used correctly. Because, you know, much like AoEs and any of these kind of games, they do a real good job. As long as they land where they need to. Which right now, with just basic fuse grenade and no bonuses to it, it's not going to be the best, but eventually it'll do its job. And if it doesn't, well, that's fine. It's still providing a safety net. And get us some more area effect range so they start being a bit bigger. I Actually, I'm not sure if area effect range affects the grenades or if there's a grenade-specific stat. I don't remember. That, so we can build up the other one. There we go, that'll help. Higher grenade speed so we throw more of them around. You'll notice the change in our fire speed once we go up into the air. That's the big advantage we have at the moment. Is we just go ham with our gun the second we leave the ground. It's probably going to lead to our death again, but I'm tempted to try to rush that nest and see if we can manage to do it. Here, combine that, then combine both of these. I combined it the wrong way, so now that's gonna be firing from our drone, I think, but that's fine. Didn't really hurt anything. Actually, there we go, I can fix it. No, other way around. There we go. Fixed it. Everything's fine. For now, grab additional grenade. That was why. There we go, 2 purples. That's much better. Grab that magnet. Now watch as I somehow manage to screw this up anyway. I keep coming over here right in time for... Oh, actually, no. Yeah, we are still in time for flyers, but I forgot the nest also spawns them anyway. I think the nest will spawn them regardless of wave. And we do not have enough control for this. This is not working. There went untouchable, but that's fine. I never make that one. Even when I'm doing well, I never make untouchable because I make some stupid stumble somewhere. So I'm just not particular enough to keep ahead of it. Gee, I wonder if they want me to get crit chance. You ever get the feeling that that might be what they want? Just a thought. It's a pity I can't just buy all 3. I would have done that in a heartbeat. I need overshield, because I'm doing a bad job of dodging still. With overshield, we'll actually be able to push a bit more on that nest. This guy needs to die, though. He's artillery. He needs to not be here. But you'll notice those guys were still purple, as they came out of the nest. Which, that's one advantage to hanging out over here, is we are spawning additional enemies for ourselves, basically, and getting more goo that way, I think. Because I think they're dropping goo, too? Oh, that was a lot of shots to catch. That was a bad idea. Ooh, that was bad. I gotta go. I gotta find somewhere else to be. Good day, sir. It's not much of a duration increase, but I need every little bit I can get. Yes, give me the magnet. I need all of those things that I left behind over there. Faster shooting, yes please. I really need some more grenade upgrades to make this grenade really shine. But we're at least making some headway. That... Problem is, I need to start rolling purples up here because of what I've done down here. And it's not going to give them to me. Not sure I want to risk the terminal. Because in some ways we have more control than we did before, in others we have less. It's an interesting position we find ourselves in right now. Utility magnitude, I believe, increases the amount of shield we're getting. I want these heals. If I get at the heals, then we might be able to do the terminal. It's gonna be iffy. What it means is basically this time, rather than being stubborn and staying there when it proves to be a bad idea, I need to bail out. Okay, this is actually not a terrible position for this, actually. Because they can only come at me from this one side. And we got it. Which gets us a reward. Open, please. Give me the things. So as you can see, that was kind of worth it. The type of upgrades you get from this are kind of worth it. 80% grenade speed while jetpacking. Grenades for everybody! And that got us an achievement for, I'm assuming, grenade speed, probably. Or number of targets hit with a grenade, because there was a lot of enemies in that pile. One or the other. Now, there's one thing I can do, is I could get rid of one of my items, which would end up, in this case, being the overshield, because it's the lowest tier thing I have, and then grab, like, the blue pulse rounds in the hopes of getting a second blue pulse rounds to turn into a purple to then upgrade the pulse rounds the rest of the way. But that's going to involve having more goo than I have to want to take that risk. That'll work, though. That at least gets us a purple overshield. Which definitely has more health than we do now. We're gonna be a little slacking on our weaponry, but that shield should carry the day for a bit. Meanwhile, I can keep pushing crit damage, or in this case, crit chance, to balance out the fact that our guns haven't been upgraded in a little bit. Ignoring the fact that our goal was getting max tier pulse rounds this go around, I kind of need to have the background sounding set up, otherwise we ain't gonna manage to make it to the end with that anyway. Well, landed in bad, but that's okay. Yeah, notice how even just with one grenade, decent grenade speed makes the waves a lot less dangerous. Especially if I keep raising the radius. Yeah, they call that a freshwater skin, but it really just looks like you're holding a puffer fish, and I just don't know what to do with that information. Aside from be concerned, I suppose. Raising my gun speed while jetpacking. There we go. Now we got red for that. That's great. I should have let you guys read what the upgrade did more, but I got excited. Nah, I'm not gonna be able to afford the upgraded version. I believe, though, there's a button where I can look at what I have, isn't there? Thought there was. Or not. Never mind. I'm pretty sure we can look at the info when we're in the shop next. Destroy the target hive. I'm gonna compromise with you there, game. I'm gonna go destroy the hive I've already damaged. Is destroying your target hive probably not my finest of decisions. But then again, this is an apex hive, which I think is the most dangerous one. which is part of why we've been having so much trouble accomplishing that. So, you know what? Never mind. Maybe compromise is a stupid idea. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Fun fact, that is almost certainly true. It's almost like I'm trying to act like I know what I'm talking about when I haven't played this game in over a month. Funny. Funny how that works. I'm only gonna have 30 seconds to destroy this hive, though. We're probably not even gonna... I mean, it's a no, it's only a challenge hive. We should be able to kill this as long as he actually targets it. There we go. We get our ordnance box. And this is why shields are important, because otherwise we would not have been able to stay near that enough to do the thing. So, as you can tell, they're a little upset. Overall damage plus 15% is pretty tempting, but it is for every hive destroyed, though. Actually, give me the move speed, because I need to get the hell out of here. That's a lot of artillery just hanging out over there. Give me all of this. I need it. Well then. Yeah, I know, no space available. I needed to lock that. Combine you. So I need the damage desperately right now. But this will still be here for the next wave, and that's the important part. Give me some more for gas. But like, look how much more effective this pulse rounds is now. Still not effective enough to take that many of them on its own, but we got some work done on that hive. I guess it's a bit more doable to go knock out a bunch of hives if you just go poach a bunch of little ones, if there are multiple little ones on the map. Probably more doable as well with certain jumpers, because they'll have different loadouts that are a little more efficient than the 3 we have right now. Like, the only play I have right now is to do what I'm doing right here, which is jump in, hit it for a little bit, and then jump out before all hell breaks loose. I don't know how effective what I'm thinking about doing there is. With the little hops to throw more grenades. It really depends on how it calculates the grenade speed increase. Like how long it counts me as still being jetpacking for. I've seen clips of people who have managed to completely go nuts with the grenades before, and they are significantly more effective than mine has been. Yeah. Utility magnitude up. In case that is actually doing what I think it's doing and raising the shield. That's gonna be kind of important. Okay. Now we sell this shield. We get the red shield. That's just so much better. And now we play the game where we gotta fish for... Ooh... That's where this starts getting interesting, is when you get to the red upgrades, there's a couple split versions of things, like the incendiary pulse rounds. Unfortunately, I don't think those count, and they're also very expensive. But I'm gonna hang on to those in case it will let me combine those. I don't think it will. Oh, turns out the hive I'm trying to destroy is my target hive this time. Okay, that works out. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing then, shall I? Just keep doing this and hope for the best. Problem is, we're gonna start running into things like that guy with the purple radius over there. That's gonna be a bit of an issue, so I'm gonna have to back up for a second. Because I can't afford to let him get too close for too long, or he is going to ruin my day with that purple stuff. There we go. Just keep chewing on the hive. Just keep chipping away. Ow. Gotta go! Just take these ugly buggers for just a quick walk and it'll work itself out. Get rid of these artillery pieces while I'm up here. Notice how durable those artillery pieces are. Or, I should say, durable relative to our weaponry. Which our weaponry is still not great. Even with having red pulse rounds, we could do so much better. I have to start really pushing my luck here in a second to get this done in time. I think I'm gonna fail this mission because this hive just has too much health for the amount of firepower I have. We'll get the hive, we just aren't gonna get the bonus for destroying it in this wave. Because there's just too much coming at me and I don't have the firepower for it. Yeah, it doesn't combine. That's what I thought, but I wanted to check. Yeah, here's all of the upgrades we've grabbed. I thought for some reason there was a way to look at the weapons themselves too, but I guess we're just out of luck on that one. Oh well, that's fine. Try to fish for things a little bit here. I'm at the very least gonna finish what we started and destroy this elite hive. Power-up drop chance, okay. 25 have increased chance to get power-ups, I'm down for this. Unfortunately, I can't get a hold of the hive at all right now. There's so many little guys in the way. We'll just back up and clean house a little bit. There we go. I should have enough time to get some shots in there now. There we go. That's the ticket. And pop goes the hive, and the box drops on their heads. Give me that. I mean, if you're gonna keep giving me more grenade speed, I'll just litter the world with explosions. You're just speaking my language at that point, game. Oh, you know what it might be? There's two realities I can picture for why I didn't have the max tier pulse rounds thing before, because I was using a red pulse rounds in the past on one of the runs I survived. I think it might have been because it was a pulse incendiary or such. And now we'll take this because the damage bonus is gonna be a lot better. And good lord, do we need some damage increase right about now. I guess let's go hunt down another hive while we're at it. Both so we can crack some more eggs in the hopes of getting more power-ups and, you know, just to do more. Because presumably something good comes of us destroying hives. I seem to recall I survived a run without killing any hives before. So it's not required. It's just, you know, better. That is our job, after all. to destroy hives. Since that nuke went off, though, we should come back through and clean up. There we go, I managed to grab whatever that was. Basically what I'm fishing for is I'm trying to get another red item of one of these three to show up, but with the way they're not showing up, I'm wondering if that's just not a thing. And these are maxed out. Yeah, because I'm getting variants of it, not it again. So I think red might be maxed. I thought there was a yellow. And that's what's messing with my head. Interesting. So the higher my move speed is, the higher my grenade speed would be increased. How much is that right now? I'm actually gonna pull up the calculator because I'm curious what that is, so give me a second. It's 60 right now. Okay. I could have done that math in my head if I were not partially bleh today. Because even then I was getting close to the right number. I just wanted certainty. Raise our move speed then, if that's going to keep raising our grenade attack speed. Which we're already at 200% basically for, so that's fun. And that's not counting the boost we get when we're jetpacking. There's another hive this way? I was heading back to the hive we were fighting, but apparently there's another hive over here. And if you're wondering why I'm just leaving all the material behind, oh yeah, there's another little hive here. Well, and that's dead. Suppose that's the benefit to leaving the little hives laying around, huh? Is we can just use them for bonus objectives much easier. Wow, these are kind of sad though, huh? Guess I'll take the utility magnitude. Make our shield that much stronger. If that works the way I think it does. So I'm pretty sure the shield's a utility item. I don't know why it wouldn't be. So probably by now our shield is way higher than our health. There's a Vanguard hive right here. I suppose that would be a way to cheese the hive quest, wouldn't it? Damage all of the hives, leave them easy pickings, and then come back for them whenever they get marked for the quest. It's having trouble keeping up with all the relics we got and explaining them on the side. Like, look at that. We just tanked a bunch of explosions and our shield is still holding strong. This shield is too strong. How long will it hold if I just stand here? Will it hold longer than the hive does? So far, the answer is yes, because it's recharging faster than they're hitting me. Oh, there it goes. It's starting to get low. I'm not going to risk actually dying here. Yeah, because the shield was going to pop. I knew that was coming. That's why I got out of there before all hell broke loose the rest of the way. Because this run's going too well for me to throw it away like that. Now we got a berserk, so now I'll turn around and go right back in. And if I can. I think I'm going to be too slow. That said, it was great for chewing through them on the way back. Oh. There we go, we got an achievement for nest destruction. Yeah, now it's poison pulse rounds. This is tempting. This is very tempting, but I'd have to give up either the shield or the grenade for it because we need to keep the pulse rounds for the bonus. I really should just start re-rolling my utility bonuses. And nice boost to our area effect range. Look at the size of these grenades now. This is getting silly. That's exactly what we're here for. That's what we like best. Let's see if we can roll something cool. Okay, now it's starting to get expensive to keep re-rolling. I lost a lot of good upgrades as a case of curiosity there, but that's fine. That's how we learn things. You make stupid decisions and then lessons are learned. Notice how much longer some of these waves are getting as well. Or this, maybe I'm just losing my sense of time the rest of the way. That's also possible. What was I looking for? Oh, right, I wanted to find a magnet in order to get the goo that's scattered to the four winds all over the map here. Recruit Hive, huh? Okay. Free store reroll. Sure. That plays into what I'm trying to do a bit, so that's fine. With what I'm trying to do being fish for interesting things. Just put the gun up against the hive, and hopefully that'll make sure it gets hit. Okay, gonna have to start moving a bit more again. There we go, another hive bites the dust. Yeah, the ones that are just from the nests seem to not be as good as the mission ones. That's what I was figuring, but I wanted to play it out a bit on that score and check. I think we finally pushed our grenade speed to a nice even 200% there. Oh, it is unreadable at this point. It is completely illegible over there. Well, that's a shame. Anyway, attack range. Because that's our fundamental flaw at the moment, is our gun does not shoot very far. Oh, there we go. It is just really rare. My memory wasn't telling me a lie. Yellow exists. Gun gets even better at being gun. There we go. Achievement unlocked from humble beginnings. I've done the thing and my gun is stupid now. Haha. Fear my stupid gun. Let's go break that Apex Hive now if we can. I know I've said that like 5 times, like, yeah, I'm gonna go do the thing, and then I fail. But, you know, this time for real. Maybe. I mean, we were at least motoring through the waves now, which we weren't doing for a while. So there's that. I think it's this way? think it's on the, yeah, it's on the other side of this pool. So let's go around. I know we have a jetpack, but half the time when I've flown over those, it's gone poorly. So we're just gonna walk like a sensible person. There's the vacuum I was looking for too. So we're gonna get a lot of stuff here. Okay. 40% utility speed I'm compelled by. 20 extra health, okay. And we're still getting more money. Oh, and we got a berserk somewhere in there too. Extra health on pickup, nah. Just give me some health regen, that'll be fine. You think we're strong enough yet? I think we might be strong enough. If you were worried this was one of those games where you couldn't become brokenly strong, good news, we've achieved it. As we do. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. I might not manage to break the Apex Hive within the wave time though. Which doesn't much matter right now because we don't have a mission for it, but it would have been a point of pride. There's a 20% crit chance, which will put us up to 50-50. Sure. Now, if we would just start critting the Hive more, that would be great. But I finally took enough damage to actually take damage, because I stood there too much next to the Hive, so we lost the untouchable bonus. I can't hit the Hive because there's so much shit here again. Well, there we go. 90% crit chance. And there's yellow fuse grenades. Oh, yes. Now can I get a yellow shield? Now that's just insulting. Close. Also a good option, but no, not what I'm looking for right now. I'm gonna get everything in red other than the thing I'm looking for, aren't I? Once again, upholding tradition. I can't even afford it anymore. Oh, Crusher incoming. Neat. 100% extra gun speed, please. Hi, Crusher. Enjoy infinity bullets. These are all for you. Have you heard about more gun speed? Imagine if I had range to go with all this gun speed. Oh, what a time to be alive that would be, huh? Or my gun would actually, you know, fire without me having to stand on top of my target. Crazy, really. Just absolute madness. If we didn't have these grenades, I think we would have actually died a while ago. Oh, we apparently hit a damage threshold for another achievement, probably from critting something. We did it! There we go, we got Pulse Veteran as well now. Oh, that's why that showed up, okay. Propeller hat, flamethrower, magnifying glass, lucky coin. Cluster casing. Yes. Golden arm. Ah, now we can get passive critical damage upgrades. The blind jumper. Okay. Yeah, we got a decent amount of the missions this time. Otherwise known as 3 out of 6. So half. We're not getting any room sweep jobs, which is interesting. But now we can actually get another upgrade, which will get us to whatever that jetpack is. Which, if I'm a smart man, I'll just grab that. Let's do. Jetpack does damage to nearby enemies when used. That's gonna help a lot, actually. That's just a mechanic bonus. Sure. And we'll also grab a gun damage increase. Which was expensive, but it's gonna be important. So we now have the flamethrower, the cluster casing. Why are you still showing? I'm looking at your thing. Go away. Yeah, we got 2 new weapons to play with. Technically 3 because we got the brass blessing as well. Blind jumper. Low accuracy, gets critical chance and critical damage on level up and starts with pulse rounds. Okay. Minus 95% accuracy, so who knows where he's gonna hit. He'll just hit somewhere. Every shot is a gamble and every hit is a catastrophic event. Oh, he might be my favorite. He might be my favorite just because that sounds absurd. Let's show y'all the difference between difficulty 0 and 1 and why I wasn't doing difficulty 1 before. Can't even hit a nest. Oh no. I mean, egg rather. Oh, this is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna have to survive on jetpack damage for a bit or something. Oh, I get critical chance while jetpacking like that. Okay. I'm gonna need either like stupid high fire rate to make up for this accuracy or like explosives or something. Oh, I just had a horrific thought. What if he's so inaccurate with the flamethrower he can't even hit enemies with the flamethrower? I need to see what that looks like. When we get to the end of this wave, if the flamethrower is there, I'm grabbing it. Oh, it's not. Still isn't. Damn it. And I don't get to find out if he can miss with a shotgun unless I sell my pulse rounds. You know what? For science. Will he miss with a shotgun? Oh god, he's so inaccurate with his shotgun, some of the shots go backwards. What is this? Oh, I've never seen somebody so horrifically inaccurate that they can't even shoot a shotgun straight forward. Oh no. Oh, this might be a meme and a half here. Oh no. Oh no. There's the flamethrower, but we can't afford it. Turns out it does actually have a decent cost to it. So what we'll do is we'll upgrade the shotgun and just lock the flamethrower for now. Because we need to actually manage to kill things in order to get the goo to afford anything. I need move speed. I'm gonna need to be able to stay ahead of my problems while he eventually hits them. So you'll notice on this difficulty, since they're faster, even with our increased move speed there, we're not staying ahead of them very well. Unless we jetpack occasionally. I need to keep raising our move speed or we're not gonna have a hope in hell of surviving here at the moment. Because we are very much gonna have to play keep away because I'm not being able to hit anything. I do need to... I don't have enough juice. I was gonna say we're gonna need to backtrack in order to get enough goo. But that almost ended in death instead. Oh, we are in trouble. Oh, we are in so much trouble. Speed boost. Okay, the flamethrower still works. Oh, the softball was for increased grenade damage, so we didn't see the softball in that last run. We only saw the golden softball, which allowed us to throw more of them. Okay. Unfortunately, this doesn't help us in this setup since we don't have grenades. Okay. So we get extra goo on pickup just in general. Yeah, you know, that seems like a great idea with Captain Gamblematic over here, who just... everything he does is a goddamn gamble. I'm a little disappointed that the flamethrower seems to mostly work normally. Mind you, mostly, because you'll notice it judders to the sides occasionally. Which I presume is the bad accuracy kicking in on occasion. Like, even a flamethrower he somehow can't hit something with occasionally. Which is just impressive, honestly. Like, I feel like that's a skill in and of itself to manage to be so horrendously inaccurate as to miss with an area effect weapon to this degree. I could get the grenades, but I don't want to duplicate what we did last time, so... let's see if he misses with... oh, I can't afford the cryo beam. Fine, more shotgun for now, then. Lock the cryo beam for the future. We're just gonna become a scatter of bullets all around ourselves, and that will make up for our inaccuracy. I want to get the brass blessing because I feel like that'll be hilarious with the accuracy. And we'll just be like shitting bullets everywhere. That's basically my plan, is just... you can't aim? Okay, saturate the universe with bullets. You will hit something eventually. I'm going to assume the flamethrower is affected by gun attack speed. It might not be. I should actually look the next time one shows up and see what type it shows as. Because I'm not even sure the beam counts as a gun, technically. Okay, and the battery is damage while jetpacking. Just across the board. Okay, okay. I feel like that might have made more sense as a basic upgrade to be available, but, you know, gotta have something be an unlock. Yeah, the cryo beam also counts as a gun, so that should be all of them that count as guns, then. Purple shotgun. Get rid of green shotgun for cryo beam. Grab that to make an upgrade. Oh, that's disappointing. I was genuinely hoping the cryo beam was gonna, like, bend and do weird stuff because of the inaccuracy. It would have been so funny. But I also can imagine that coding that would have been a nightmare. So I understand why it doesn't work, even though it would be so funny. Okay, so utility stuff's useless to us at the moment because all of these are weapons, then. Sure, damage while jetpacking. If we can get there and manage to hold this position long enough, that'll be a huge help. Oh good, it's in here again, so that'll be perfect for us. Oh, why'd I have to find a speed boost now, though? the risk is gonna pay off. Yeah, move speed. Yes, please. I know I was upset to be going faster a second ago, but trust me, at any moment other than now, I'm gonna need that move speed. I was worried I was gonna speed boost out of the data transfer range and it was gonna be a nightmare. Because I was gonna then have to restart it and there was no way I was gonna make it. Radar cryo beam. Okay, I don't need to buy a replacement flamethrower if there's just a better flamethrower right there. Or I should say buy an upgrade for the flamethrower when I can just get an upgraded flamethrower. You know what? Neither of those sentences really sounded like they made any sense. Anyway. I'm gonna keep killing things now. I kind of want to see flamethrower with, like, as much range as you physically can get. Well, I got shot right out of the air. That is unfortunate. I'm intrigued by that setup. Is that setup good? No. I don't think it is. But I'm intrigued. So we're going to try it again here in a second. Just... Yes, there we go. We can't get any more gun attack speed. And my drink is empty, so give me a second. I don't have to go. That moment when you thought you had already grabbed a spare bottle, and you hadn't. Anyway, back to business. The business of shooting bugs. I'm gonna try Blind Man's Bluff again. We're gonna stay on difficulty 1 because he lasted longer than I thought. Like, he lasted longer than we did on difficulty 0 with the other setups, which is kind of horrifying if you think about it. But he's just basically luck-based when he's using a regular gun. Like, we were already getting luckier than we had been up to that point. And, you know, there's also explode everything with the jetpack as a backup option. We are not using mag slugs with him. We're just gonna purchase a second pulse rounds for the second. There's the flamethrower. Yeah, I know. I can't afford it. Actually, can I lock both of the flamethrowers? Yes, I can. You see where the idea is forming, I'm sure. If everything is fire, then nothing can miss. Like, that'll work well enough until I can actually start getting some brass blessings going and do what I actually want to do. Which I think there was an accuracy item we could get. The item might be disabled for this character, though. Besides, where would the fun in reducing his accuracy debuff be anyway? Clearly the correct play is to lean into the accuracy debuff and just make him go crazy. You know, when you're handed a meme, you just meme harder. could get more attack range, but let's be real. For this guy, I don't think attack range is gonna matter. I don't think he's gonna hit a target further than a foot away from himself, ever. At least not until we start getting the flamethrower going more. The flamethrower does need some range. They keep giving me all these good attack speed bonuses that I can't say no to. Like, it's an offer I can't refuse. No. You, get out. You, get in. Dual flamers. This is how you properly purge a bug nest, ladies and gentlemen. You bring the flamers. Also good for heresy. Dang it. I couldn't see him through the flames, so I wasn't sure if he was gonna make it to me or not. I should have just jetpacked anyway, just to be safe. This one, no, this was the Vanguard Hive. You'll notice it has... Did it have more health or less health? It looked like it had less. Maybe they gain health as the waves go by, then. Or difficulty increase is more likely to have raised its health, really. Oh, thank you for that magnet. The Elite Hive has 4,800. No, I think it is lower. I'll be the first to say I wasn't keeping that close a track, but that feels wrong. Yeah, see, as soon as that wave ended, that health bar went up. It went from 4,800 to 7,200. Since this increases the area effect of weapons, I assume it increases the area of our flamethrowers too, then. This is definitely not a hive I should be trying to kill right now. But I was trying my best anyway. I'm trying to find a little hive, but it might be that there's no little hives on this difficulty at all. Because I went to where I thought one of the challenge hives was, and it was a Vanguard hive instead. But I might be remembering wrong. That's where the question marks start coming in. They may also only be the same on each difficulty, and then each time you change the difficulty, it changes the layout of the hives too. Really hard to tell. Also, I feel like by right, I should have died there, but I managed to just barely skip out on death. Okay. Yeah, because this should be the Apex Hive up here. If it's not an Apex Hive, then we know things changed. Great, the other flamethrower. Yep, it's still an Apex Hive. Okay. But with the health changing wave by wave, which we've now proven by seeing it change, I start to understand how people could do the kill multiple hives before wave 5 achievement. Because you would just need to have a pretty good starting setup and just rush them. Ow, 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 ow. Come on, come on, come on. Damn it! We got it, but died for it. Ah! It was so close. If I had just had a split second more, I could have jumped out of that. We were in such a good position, too. At least for what I'm trying to do. Oh yeah, it's a new relic. The Vial of Goo. Ah, cooldown between jetpack uses. Okay. want one that has more equipment slots. The fact that they list that implies that there's going to be somebody with more than 3 equipment slots. Though there's the other side of that coin where it's implying that there's somebody with less than 3, which I don't want to think about. We still haven't seen a brass blessing, I would like to point out. Ever since we switched to the blind man, we have not seen a brass blessing. This is why I'm not going to the frozen tundra, by the way. It's fucking bright over here. But for demonstration purposes, we'll go over here on difficulty 0. It was also harder from what I remember. But it's mostly just, it's really bright here by comparison to the other area. So it looks like it got a little bit better. They made it a bit more blue instead of everything being white. But I might also just be only remembering the bright white sections that made my eyes sad. I want none of these, particularly. Like, the shotgun's probably the only choice I could use here. I'm gonna risk... Okay, risking shuffling actually kind of worked out. We'll try upgrading it instead of doubling it, and see how much I regret that. Because, like, it'll do more damage when it hits, it's just a matter of, will it hit? That's where the concern kicks in. Still looking for a hive while we're sped up. Never mind. Gee, I wonder, could there be a hive over here? Hey, weak hive, okay. This can be an early kill. I have no money because I spent that whole trip running. Well, that's inconvenient. No point even locking those. But this is a great bit of timing for us because early in the wave we have more time to shoot the hive. But unfortunately, because it changed over to the next wave, the hive gained health. Thankfully, it didn't heal at least, it just has more health. Oh, I think we're in trouble here, kids. I think we're in trouble. Yeah, we're in fucking trouble. I don't know if I can keep looping that. So that wasn't a terrible idea, it just wasn't a great idea. If I had something other than just upgraded pulse rounds when we did that, I think we would have been okay. I'm just gonna straight restart that. And we're actually gonna do something somewhat stupid, which is run straight back there. And see if I can just kill it straight away. Because what we can do is what I was just doing there at the end of that, which was defending myself using my jetpack. Yeah, because it's only got 200 hit points at the start here. I just couldn't get here fast enough. But if we do some damage to it, percentage-wise, it'll help us out a lot. I have no money, though. I'm less defending myself with the jetpack and more burning the hive to the ground with the jetpack, which, you know, either one works. And this gives us a nice boost at the beginning here to make up for the fact that we can't gain power the traditional way particularly well. So this might actually be a workable plan then. Is just bum rushing that nest in particular straight out the gate. Still not seeing a brass blessing, but I need that flamethrower, I think. And now we go learn where other nests are. So I think there's a set amount, like I said before, of each type of hive, so I don't think there's going to be any other that are quite that weak. We might get lucky, though. That's the whole reason for looking. That and trying to, you know, stay out of death range. I really should grab the overshield. That would be the smart choice. He says, knowing full well he's not going to do that. Wow, I got hit the second the wave started because of the guy exploding at the end of the other wave, so I don't even get a chance at trying to be untouchable this time. Well, you know, ignoring the fact that I probably wasn't going to manage it anyway, but shh, it's okay. Ow. See, there it is. There's the immediate failure of untouchable. Wow, that bullet was going so slow I managed to walk into it at that distance, huh? That's just a shame. When the Apex Hive does only have 5,600 health at wave 4. That'll help. When in doubt, blow up the screen. Everything gets a lot better. Just casually set the hive on fire a little bit. What I need is more of those extra goo on pickup ones, because we're just not getting enough goo to do what I need to do. Sell that, get the upgraded pulse rounds. So now my flamethrower is going to be my primary, which is going to be not ideal, but it'll have to do. Like, in many ways, it really doesn't matter which one the primary is. It just makes it look and feel a little bit better, in my opinion. But it genuinely doesn't matter, I don't think. So it seems to have actually made the flamethrower somewhat more consistent. So you know what? Maybe this wasn't a bad idea. This may also, in fact, be a coincidence. It's really hard to say for sure. This should help. We actually managed to clear that bunch before the wave was over. Another blue pulse rounds? Okay. Twist my rubber arm, why don't you? Now they're just giving me nothing but pulse rounds. We actually have some decent weaponry now, so this might actually be okay. I just need to be more attentive if I'm going to try this time. So I can just do laps around it since it's in the open, so this isn't terrible. I say as I take a ton of damage immediately. There we go, got it. Give me the prizes. Health regen, huh? Okay. That was upsetting to get, but you know what? The health regen will help. Just really none of the things I'd hoped for out of that. And before anybody calls out the fact that I'm still using pulse rounds when I said I wanted to change my setup, bear in mind the thing I wanted to replace it with hasn't decided to show up. So there's only so much I can do about that. You know, I can't make the brass blessing show up. I'm hoping by upgrading the pulse rounds, it's going to show up to try to compel me to swap it, whether it's an upgrade or not. At least we're getting a better flamethrower out of the deal. You know, that is a help. I don't think we've managed to get purple flamethrower till now. It is weird that the artillery pieces don't have a different color scheme here. They're still red. I feel like those should be blue and yellow just like these guys are. For some reason they aren't. Oh, we got the achievement for killing bombardiers finally. We just happened to kill just enough of them now. I had to trigger that so we can get our area effect going with the passive benefits, which will be wonderful, all things considered, since area effect is, as we all know, some of my favorite things. When it's not an enemy area effect. Nom 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 nom. I think they want me to use grenades. Which ordinarily I'd be all about. But I'm doing a thing right now, game. So, I might be happy with this purple flamethrower. Just saying. Just saying that this purple upgrade for the flamethrower might have made a difference. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of a difference. Well, there's the brass blessing I wanted. Hey, pulse rounds. Hit the road, Jack. If only this was something other than rejuvenation field. So tempted to replace the shotgun with another flamethrower. But I'm also trying to double dip and get the spread shot upgrade. Of course that came back. That's fine. That's fine. Find and destroy the target hive. So, the brass blessing was a good idea for this setup, as it turns out. Look at it go. It has to stop occasionally because it looks like it actually does overheat. But that's fine. Oh. Good news, they gave me a very easy hive to kill for this job. Sweet. Keep hoping for attack speed. But of course they're not going to give that to me because I want it right now. Or area effect. Area effect in one of those ordnance drops would be terrifying, I think. Which is exactly why we're not allowed to have that. That would be entirely too helpful. Melt all the enemies with a flamethrower. Do, 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 do. Just like a violent version of spring cleaning. Oh, that magnet will help a lot. There we go, there's our upgraded shotgun. Well then. Well then. So that's 2 red upgrades. Wasn't expecting that to happen. But I'm happy. I'm just confused. Why they would be so generous? Where's the shoe that's gonna drop on my head? This feels like a trap. It's like we just chew through them now. While I'm doing this, I may as well talk about some things that are going to be coming up, by the way. Because in the next week or so, there's at the very least one game that I keep talking about coming out soon. I'm probably going to end up actually missing the release day because of that big collab I was talking about. It sounds like both are going to happen to land on the same day. Which, blessing and curse to that. It means there's a chance that if there's any day 1 patching that needs to happen, it'll happen before I get to it. Curse is, I'm gonna have to wait before getting to play that now, but I waited this long, I can wait a little longer. Not really that upset about it. Just worth noting. Because it sounds like the current plan for that big collab is that it's gonna happen on Tuesday. And Gestalt, Steam, and Cinder is also coming out on Tuesday. So more than likely we'll play Gestalt on Thursday. Unless the collab is shorter than I anticipated it to be, which, you know. The word anticipation was already there, so I don't think I need to explain the rest of that thought any further. And we're already, you know, of course, doing more Vernal Edge on Monday. I've seen a bunch more people talking about Abiotic Factor recently, so I may start reaching out to some of those people and see if they want to have experienced help along for that. If they do, I may end up appearing a few places playing that. So I do want to play more of that, even though we've kind of done everything, and I don't see a reason to redo it either by myself or just me and Moth again. As much of a joy as Moth is to play with, I feel like there would only be so much for just the 2 of us again. Until new content comes out, which the big update for that hasn't hit yet. And I didn't put up a poll, but I did put out a post asking what people wanted to see for a 400 followers special, since we're close to that. And I didn't really get anything back out of that, if I'm honest. I think I literally got likes and no responses, so that's a thing. So I'm going to be asking about that again as we get ever closer to that, since it's less than 10 away now. I kind of need to be a bit more serious about what am I going to do for that. Less than 10 away could still take quite a bit of time depending on how things play out, but still important to prepare for it. And I can't really be like, oh yeah, I'll just unveil something special that day. I don't really have anything to unveil right now. That doesn't mean I can't make something in time for that, but The ideas I already have in play are things I'm already planning on just unveiling on their own, so... Short of pivoting that into being special occasion, which just doesn't feel right. I don't really have anything in the pocket for that one. Which, on that note, surprise, I have a few things that are going to be coming soon. I've been cooking again, so look forward to whatever those are coming soon, trademark. How soon? Well, with how I'm feeling today, probably not as soon as I would like. But I might be able to get some work done on one of them today, since today's stream is going to be shorter. And I don't feel off enough that I can't do any art. It's just going to be slower progress than I would like. Because that was already interfering last night. That'll help. 45% extra damage will definitely help. Because that'll mean every hit we're getting is actually doing damage instead of needing collective hits to do anything. Nom 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 nom. It's nice being able to actually stop most of the wave for a bit. Now, instead of feeling like I'm constantly the one being pressured around, I can actually kind of stop the flow a bit. Aside from the big guys still take just enough heat that they can keep walking. In both senses of the term heat there. Yeah, we are definitely not going to manage to destroy this hive anytime quick, but we'll get a nice upgrade probably if we manage to do it. Uh-oh. I didn't make it over the wall. Send help. Okay. So that almost went terribly. We'll roll back to that idea in a second once things calm down a little bit. But yeah, there's your update info of what the current plans and things happening are. And I think it was like 2 weeks from now, Lost Castle 2 is gonna drop, so I'm probably gonna do something with that. If I can compel somebody to play it. Which I'm sure I can find somebody that'll want to play that game, so. That won't really be too big an issue. The bigger issue is gonna be it actually coming out on time. Because if it comes out like the night of that day, then it's probably not going to happen immediately. Really, it all depends on what happens with that. But you know, that's a situation as well. That was the other thing I meant to say was a somewhat positive to not being schedule available for the day Gestalt comes out, because now if it ends up releasing late in the day, I don't have to feel bad. Because I'm not gonna miss the release window anyway. Or I should say I was going to miss the release window anyway, is the correct way to phrase that sentence. And there was something else coming soonish. I think it was next week. I saw something in the coming soon for Game Pass that looked interesting. So I'm probably going to rotate that in if I test it and it plays well enough for me to be interested. It could go either way. And based on that phrasing, anybody that knows the upcoming Game Pass lineup will know immediately what that is. And I'm not going to reveal what that one is yet because it's so up in the air. I don't want to be like, yeah, this is going to happen next week, and then back out of doing it because I find that I don't want to. So I'm just going to keep that one under my hat. Everything that's been revealed so far is guaranteed to happen. When is the question mark on all of those? And that's why those are getting released information-wise. And I've been toying with the idea of doing another shuffler or anything like that, but I still need to think of a new gimmick for that to make it interesting again. Is just doing just another shuffler. I don't think it'll be that interesting either to me or to any of you. Because all it'll do is turn into me getting ground down again, and eventually I'm going to not want to keep going with it. So I need to think of something else to do with that to make that a thing. And there's really just only so much I can do with that. But I'll come up with something. I always do. Just, you know, hopefully it's a little bit more practical than having to reset every time a donation comes in because I need to change the speed. That sure would have been a great idea if I had thought of a better way to do that. But, you know, that's how these things go. That doesn't mean that idea is gone, just means I need to figure out a way to better automate that if I'm going to do that. Very few of my ideas are ever gone, just usually buried enough that I don't always have them come back. Bringing the incendiary pulse rounds is tempting, but I really am enjoying the brass blessing. The spread shot's the one that's not really doing a lot, but it's there for a purpose, so we'll keep all of these and just try to max out one of them. Or more of them, ideally, but one is the likely answer. Especially when they keep making fun of me and giving me the things that I can't use. Rip. Oh, we tried. Because we've only... If it's only a 15 wave one again, which it probably is, we've only got 2 waves left to get a weapon, so... The odds of us maxing out either of those has drastically decreased. Or I should say the odds of us maxing either of them out this run. Because we're obviously not done yet. I don't think that bomb was necessary, but it was fun. There's an elite hive over here. I don't think I'll be able to kill it quick enough, but we can give it a go. The health bar's moving along okay, but as soon as the brass blessing either gets distracted or starts running out of power, it's not going to work out anymore. Yeah, we got an achievement for breaking a lot of eggs. Okay. Oh, there's a magnet over there. See it on the minimap. Yeah, there it is right there. Coming through. Let me in. Hero passing through. Part of me wants to just kind of go crazy with an all brass blessing build. Just like 3 of those. Just churning away thousands of rounds. It's an awful idea. Like, it almost certainly would end in disaster. Because the second all 3 overheat, you're fucked. But that's part of the fun. Did we end up killing this nest this run? I forget if this was one of the ones where we destroyed this. No, it isn't. Wow, even the recruit hive has a lot of health at this point, though. Not enough to be a problem, per se. Just, well, no, it is enough to be a problem, just not a big enough problem to be insurmountable. unlike the other nests. This one's at least killable. And that wasn't even the box reward yet. Well, the box reward was actually kind of sad. But we got lots of goo. No. Good try, game. But one, I can't afford that. Two, it's literally the worst weapon for this character. Try again. Yet again, so close yet so far. We're really gonna end up rolling nothing I can use again, aren't we? Yep. That's how life is right now. RNG is just deciding you're not getting what you want. But, you know, business as usual really there. Speed boost. That speed boost really does not last very long. You make like no headway with that boost going. It's great for getting out of a bad spot, and that's about it. Okay, now let's actually do this room sweep. Need to stop killing them outside the zone for this to work properly, though. Damn it, me, stop being effective. Okay, the zone extends a fair bit further down, so I really should be utilizing that. There we go. You call this a challenge? I certainly do, because we've been getting killed enough in this that I still have to accept that a lot of things in this are challenging. Or jetpack duration, please. %40 more area effect? Yes, please. So, after an upgrade like the 40%er, I'm starting to be suspicious of whether the flamethrower is actually getting anything out of that. I'm starting to think it doesn't. But it's hard to tell because he won't stay in one spot with the flame long enough for me to really get an accurate measurement of it. I came in here with entirely too low health. This was a bad idea. That was another case of, by all rights, I should have died. Thankfully, I can spin and flame and manage to get away with it. It might be that the area effect is applying to the flamethrower, but the attack range still caps it, perhaps? They might be, like, interwoven that way. That is so tempting. But wrong. Try again. Fuck's sake. I am really just not gonna get it, huh? Okay. Oh, that's sad. That's very sad. All right, Crusher. Let's go. You're probably gonna kill me because without the shield, you are gonna do a stupid amount of damage to me. Or I could get both a Berserk and a speed boost. Okay, that's certainly a thing that could happen. The teleport attack they do is kind of a problem. Like, he just warped forward and I died instantly. But we did quite a bit that time. We passed every challenge we had except the untouchable ones. So I'll count that as doing pretty good. And we unlocked 6 more things. $15% for each area effect upgrade, huh? Or at least the first one. Yeah, no, it is every upgrade. Ooh, actually, yes, give me equipment banishes, because that can get things that I'm never gonna use out of the pool. That will be so nice! It's not normally my style, but for this game, it might be necessary. Some flame damage for the next time I use the flamethrower. Okay, we just need 5 more upgrades, and then we unlock the Huntsman Jumper, who starts with the shotgun. Don't really know if I'll use him that much. I really want the Demolition Jumper up here at 45. Sprinter, 75. Gold at 90. But doesn't the... Yeah, the Sergeant also... Oh no, it's Complete Sergeant to get Huntsman. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, we need a max tier flamethrower to get somebody who starts with it. Yeah, basically, max tier something gets you somebody that starts with that weapon. So what do we want to focus on next to try to max level it? Who am I kidding? This cluster casing. We'll focus on cluster casing next. Which that too can be done just fine by the blind jumper, really. We'll go back to Crystal Caves tier 1. Even though we failed the Ice Cave one, we basically would have won that if I hadn't had no means of defending myself against the Crusher. Slash actually paid more attention to dodging the Crusher. So we want area effect, grenade damage, and grenade speed primarily. Oh, that's just straight gun damage now, huh? Yes, give me more challenges. The more challenges I get, the more bonuses I'm going to get, so that will be huge. And now I'm not going to see what I'm looking for, but I'll take fuse grenades to go with the cluster grenades. It's not really how I want to do this. I would have rather get the cluster casing on its own, but this at least will benefit from the stat we're working on. Of course, you know, that's going to be the problem. Though, I don't think the grenades were ever thrown at a target necessarily anyway. I think they've always been kind of just random throw. So, it doesn't much matter. But look at that clearing difference already, just with basic fuse grenades. If you're thinking that my idea might be to get rid of my gun entirely and be all about bombs, you may be correct. Is this a bad idea? Maybe. Is it going to be funny? Oh, yeah. This is definitely a meme I should probably be doing not on difficulty 1. But, you know. When does that stop me? Okay, the Vanguard Hive just has 2,000. Okay, I managed to clear the gap. Well, I can upgrade one of my fuse grenades at least. I'm really not gonna end up seeing the cluster bombs, am I? I've gotta stop vocalizing what I want. Every time I vocalize what I'm looking for, I'm just denied it every time. Every single fucking time. So that's a lie, because even when I've not vocalized what I want and just thought about it, the desire sensor kicks in anyway and I still don't get what I want. And this thing's health is doubled, so there's no way we're doing this right now. Not with just 2 grenades and a piddling little pulse gun. This just is not gonna happen right now. It spawns too many big boys for this to be viable. We might actually just be in general trouble right now. Because the blind man can't shoot well enough to protect himself. Berserk is helping, though. Berserk is, as you might imagine, helping quite a bit, because you can just bomb everything. Like, look how long it's taken to get rid of just those big guys there. You know what, at this rate, fuck it. Don't get me wrong, getting rid of it right then and there was a terrible idea because I had nothing to replace it with. But, you know, when have I had good ideas? The answer, very occasionally. Keeping that in order to break eggs also would have been a very good idea. But I'm committing to the idea here and regretting my life choice by doing so, I might add. The regret is an important part of this feature here. There's one important part of the logic here that I did not think through. And that is specifically the fact that, there's this simple thing called, there's no way to make the grenades detonate faster. That kind of makes this an issue. Or at least there's no way that we have to make the grenades detonate faster. So I really have to play around my grenade ranges. Which is why I was aiming for the extra movement speed there. So I have the ability to move enough to keep ahead of my problems while the grenades do their thing. Thankfully, these grenades do not take that long to go off to begin with. Just a way to make them ever so slightly quicker on command or something would be incredibly helpful. Like, obviously, I could go to manual fire mode and time them. But that would only help so much. Oh, I got 3 fuse grenades now, at least. Not really what I wanted. I wanted a cluster casing. But apparently I'm just not gonna get that. Going over here was a horrible mistake. Yep. I think I touched the poison because I was trying so hard to keep away from so much bad. Oh, that was such a mistake. Like, it really just does not want to give some of the weapons, though, which is upsetting. We almost had it enough for the 100% bonus attack range thing, which would have gotten us whatever this is. In the flamethrower run, that is, not in this one. Yeah, it doesn't really say anything specific about needing anything else. Much like the brass blessing didn't either. And I really just don't have a need for any of these benefits that they have on level up is the thing. Getting critical chance and damage is really nice. Yeah, and the stat lines are otherwise identical for the most part. Though he does have increased attack range. And the decreased gun attack speed doesn't matter. So let's try Marksman Jumper for the grenade plan. It means we're going to be starting with just the Marksman gun, which is not great for what we're planning to do, but it'll be okay. It's more or less going to be the same as the output we had from the blind man, really. Okay. But it doesn't help that they keep giving me upgrades that don't help me. And having to burn goo to fix that one could be a problem. I was waiting to get a cluster thing immediately and not be able to afford it. Much like I can't afford this fuse grenade here. This could be really bad for me. Because now I gotta survive another wave before I get a second weapon. This is a really bad decision. You can tell it's a bad decision because I'm fucking singing about how bad an idea it is. I thought I had enough jetpack charge to do the damage AoE. Like this. This really just has mistakes written all over it. Fucking hell. This is so bad. Okay, I have a plan though. I have a plan for this wave. It's called hang out where this bomb is until a lot of them are on screen. Pick up range. Why? I thought I was out of my pickup range. My plan. Just like instantaneously fucked that entire plan up. Like, I'm trying not to get the ones that rely on jetpacking either, considering our jetpack duration's not great. And short of trying to get a bunch of jetpack duration upgrades, we're not really gonna make that better. I'm not gonna spend my one banish on the flamethrower. I might actually need that. Contrary to my normal methods, I'm actually gonna banish the cryo beam. Because that's an expensive one that has a tendency to show up. There we go, we're a triple grenade man now. Oh, again. Just with baby grenades, and that's the problem. But it'll have to do. This may in fact be another build where I may need manual targeting for, but you know what? I'm gonna make the best of it I can. And it's not manual targeting for accuracy, just to be clear, it's manual targeting for timing. That would be more the thing. Because since he's throwing all 3 grenades together, it can very easily lead to wasteful explosions. Now, many people like me would ordinarily say, there's no such thing as a wasteful explosion, because something exploded. But, unfortunately, I kind of need to be particular here a little bit. I know I can't afford it. I just wanted to lock that. Ooh, there's an ordnance box. Give me all of these things, because I fucking need it. I wish this would be useful to me, but it is not. Come on, something grenade related. 40% crit rate also works. Not really what I wanted, but you know what? Close enough. Because that is still an inherent damage increase. And you can tell which one's the blue fuse grenade, because one of them's significantly bigger than the others. It's also throwing at a different timing to the others by just a hair now. But as you can see, triple grenade is working. It's just a little dicey in places. If I had more grenade speed, it would probably be less dicey. But I've not been seeing any grenade speed upgrades really this time. The other way, dum-dum. Yeah, throw it that way. There you go. This is a bad pincer to be caught in. Okay, worked itself out. Everything's fine. This is why you don't walk into a narrow hallway when you know an army of murder bugs are chasing you. You know what? Sure, just make one super grenade. They really just are not gonna give me... They're really just gonna refuse to give me cluster casings. I hate it here. Like, I haven't even seen one yet. And we saw a few on the blind guy, so it's not like only certain characters get it, or at least it's unlikely to be that. Could be different weighting, but I'm praying that that's not the case. Because I don't have anybody that screams explosives dedicated yet, so I'm like, this might be problematic. I don't want that to be true. I don't know if I'm gonna get to this thing in time. And if I do get to it in time, whether I'm gonna survive. It's gonna be close. I think I'm gonna have to, like, straight up stand next to it the whole time for the most part for this to work out. Which is gonna be dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Got it. Open the box, you fuck. This was not worth it. This was so not worth it. Yep. And that's why it wasn't worth it. Is there was no way I was getting out of that alive. There was too much shit in the air at that point. I shouldn't have risked it. Shouldn't have fucking pushed my luck. The greed, though. The greed was too strong. Another area effect upgrade. I'm hoping by getting a bunch of these passive area effect upgrades, I make what I'm trying to do a little more viable. But if I keep stubbornly trying to do this, I don't even know if we're going to manage to get anywhere with this idea anyway. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. I mean, we actually saw the item show up with the blind jumper, so Go blind jumper again. We also didn't really experience any significant difference in starting benefit, really. Which is more or less what I anticipated. Let them gather up. Gather up. Pop. More challenges showing up might actually benefit us. Look at him actually hitting his targets for a moment. Meep, meep. What's up, Swarm? How's everything going? None of these are what I'm looking for. There we go. Step 1. And we finally get a grenade damage upgrade. It's about fucking time, game. Come on, there we go. Yeet. Nice, nice. The important part is you made it. Crit chance. Yes, give me all of these gun upgrades when I'm going to be using only grenades. Thanks, game. Appreciate that. That's clearly going to help so much. Ah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, a long drive is its own kind of bad, but it's behind you now, at least. They really am not going to give me the grenade I want. That moment when you're looking for something specific and it's just gonna refuse to have anything to do with giving it to you. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Because I assume you won't be going out that way to visit often enough that it'll become cost prohibitive to fly. And you know, you won't be bringing a lot of stuff along that you would need to drag it across the ground. Did this game just forget cluster casings are a concept again? Yeah, that's not too bad. Also, I forgot to turn that off again, so hang on. So I suppose in the end, I'm just gonna end up turning it back on tomorrow, but no. Turning it off. It's not supposed to be on right now. So it's a universal truth that all the people I've played with that statement applies to anyway. And yeah, 2 or 3 times a year really isn't bad at all. Yeah, exactly. If things get super busy, I'm sure it would probably, if you had to trim one out, it would probably be the summer one, and the holiday one is the one that you keep. Give me this goo before time runs out. I need that move speed, actually. It's really just refusing to acknowledge cluster casing as a concept. Yeah, for flight, that's actually not terrible. It's not something I think anybody would call great, but it's not bad. Very true. Like, there's an objective statement of an entire digit less there that I don't think anybody could argue with. I don't know if attack range even affects my grenades. I might let me throw them farther. But that won't matter because he's going to throw them somewhere stupid anyway. Do cluster casings like only show up after a certain amount of waves or something? Is that the problem? Because I've only seen them after a certain point. Fairly consistently, though I thought I saw them early the one time. Well, at least we got 3 higher tier grenades. Oh, absolutely. Give yourself a chance to rest a bit and make sure you can get all your affairs in order. Or before worrying about anything else. Which hopefully you'll be able to settle in nice, easy, and quick. Let's go see about that data transmission, even though that's probably going to get me killed. Again. Or it's far enough away that I'm not going to reach it in time. Yeah, no. This is going to just involve me running into death trying to do that. Right, you have to combine 2 people's stuff together, which is its own complicated adventure at times. Like, obviously not everything has to combine, but some of it has to come together. But it's definitely better to get all of that out of the way the first time rather than trying to do it along the way. I can definitely say that that bit me when I tried to delay doing some of that. Yeah, exactly. There's going to be an adjustment period figuring all that out. Oh, these things are getting fast enough that these grenades are not really doing all I want them to do. But it'll be okay. I just need to dance faster. Okay. Oh boy, that was almost bad. I almost landed in a terrible place, full of all of them. Say no more. Give me purple grenade. You know, brain. You could have, rather than selling that one, combined it with one of the ones you had, and then you would have had two purple grenades. You didn't think about that, did you? No, you didn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done that. Sometimes. Thank you, game, for giving me a second chance at not being stupid. Now, if you could give me a cluster grenade, that'd be great. I just can't win. Just can't win right now. Only one of these things that went wrong is my fault. Admittedly, the thing that went wrong that was my fault was important, but you know, we don't need to worry about that part too much. Just acknowledge mistakes were made and, well, try to make the best of it. That's otherwise known as continuing to try desperately not to die. Yep, this was greedy. This was definitely greedy. Oh, the pain. Oh, pain. And if anybody thinks I'm not going back in there, they have entirely too much faith in my self-preservation instinct. Exactly what you see here. This is Hive Jumper 2. It's just basically Hive Jumper, but a Vampire Survivors clone. It's quite good at what it does. It's got some good progression to it and everything, and it's a very good, I'm not feeling great, let's just do something simple game. Okay, I managed to destroy the Hive. And I died before I could get the loot. Yep, there it is again. We would be having a much easier time if I wasn't stubbornly trying to unlock a specific thing that involves getting these, which are just not showing up at all. Bounty of One's also quite good. I haven't thought about that one in a long time. Like, you've got a bunch of unlockable meta progression, a bunch of different jumpers to use, none of which apply to what I'm trying to do particularly right now, which is part of the current problem. Okay, you know what? It's time for a pivot. I have a different plan in mind now. Let's go back to basic jumper McBasic over here. And instead of going all in on the grenades, we're gonna go all in on flamethrowers. And by saying that out loud and having spent the point on upgrading flame damage, we're not gonna see a flamethrower anymore. But I'm hoping that if I don't see a flamethrower, I'll see a cluster casing. And it'll work itself out. Try to bait my weird luck into doing what it's supposed to do. I have no idea if this plan is going to work out, even in the slightest. But I may as well try. I could always go for the maxed out cryo beam, too. Not that I can afford any of the above at the moment. There's the flamethrower. Go ahead and lock that in. And to remove the temptation of protecting myself, I'm going to remove the cryo shield. I mean, the overshield, rather. Exactly. Burn everything. Yes. But once I start getting established with the flamethrowers, I'm going to get rid of my gun and just triple flamethrower. All shall burn. It's not gonna work out, but I'm gonna try it anyway. What I really should have done was not banish the overshield and take 2 flamethrowers and an overshield. Yeah, exactly. If it burns to death before it can lay eggs, it can't make more. And if it can't make more, then there's not a problem. There we go. Flame drone number 1 is active. Burn, ignorant creatures, burn! What's that? You're going faster? Well, that's a great way to fan the flames. Go for it. See how well that works out for you. Okay, CPU usage, why did you hit 100% for a second there? Huh? Something happened. I don't know what. Something did for a very brief second there. Weird. Suspicious. Anyway, not gonna worry about it any further. It stopped. So whatever it did, it's okay. Because this game actually does use a surprising amount of CPU to begin with. But then it spiked a good 15%. I'm like, nah, it seems weird. Rather than upgrading that, I'm going to take the second one as a physical object at the moment. This is fine. And once again, I couldn't even move before I got hit, so we got robbed of Untouchable, which I was probably going to lose with this setup anyway. But, you know, that's the one annoying thing, is you can lose those Untouchable challenges because of an attack right at the end of the previous wave. Bit of a cheap one, but nothing to be done. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, we have twice as much fire now, so we got that going for us. I should go find a nest to burn before the waves get too far along and the health bars get too high. That's a lot of flyers. How about we don't? How about you don't with all those flyers? That's better. That magnet's gonna be fantastic. Sadly, I can only physically have 3 flamethrowers until I find a character who can carry more than 3 things, which I'm not sure exists. I miscalculated. Right, I did the math based on selling the other flamethrower, not upgrading. Well, just lock that and we'll just make do with the 2 flamethrowers for a wave. We'll be okay. Probably. Unfortunately, we are just a man in a suit. We are not a mech. We cannot contain the power of more flamethrowers. So you would think since they're in drones, we'd be able to just have more drones, but no. That would be too helpful. We're not allowed to have that. Budget cuts, you know. On the bright side, though, we can start getting really big flamethrowers. And what is a jetpack except a flamethrower attached to your spinal column? Yeah. That's the flaw in the excuse I gave them, I know, but I had to try. Ignoring the fact that I shot my own excuse to pieces immediately. There we go. Now we're back to 3 flamethrowers. 3 blue flamethrowers. This has 8,000 health. This is not going to be great. Yeah, no. the damage output of these flamethrowers is not sufficient for this idea yet. I was hoping that was gonna be a lower health one because I forgot which ones were where in this map. With each one doing yes, but not enough. It's like, watch, I'll set those guys on fire, but you'll notice that one's taking 3s. It's slightly less than its starting damage, but most of these are doing like 5s and 6s as their starting damage, so it's just not gonna be enough to deal with an 8,000 health nest. That one's 9,000. This is why I shouldn't have taken so long to do this. But getting the actual setup going was taking a while. And this is with, like, I think it's like 50% more flame damage from meta progression. So it'd be worse with these early flamethrowers without that. Oh, absolutely, unfortunately. But I never said I was doing this because they were good. If they were good, I wouldn't be using them. Because we've already won a couple runs. I have no compulsion to use good things anymore. Exactly. That's why I was going all grenade all the time, is that's entertainment. Unfortunately, it just didn't work. Compounded by the fact that I didn't get the thing I wanted. There we go, challenge completed. Open the box faster, please. I'll take the move speed out of those choices. Arguably, the more important advantage we got out of that was the fact that we got a bunch more goo to spend to hopefully buy upgraded flamethrowers. Exactly. That's why that was my second choice. Both of them, if I can get a max level version of the weapon and survive with it, will unlock another character. So that's the hidden practical reason behind the fun. But the priority is the fact that it's fun. If I want to do things the actual sensible way, what I should be doing is like mixing things like this brass blessing in, which I'm very mad that the game gave me a red brass blessing here when I'm not going to use it. His red is the second to last here. Because now they've made me tempted to grab that in the hopes of getting a maxed out one to get the character that has that instead. No, I'm sticking to my flames. It's been doing that a lot. Every time I've been trying to max out a weapon, it shows me the reds of literally every other weapon. And I have been so annoyed by it. Like, this right here is a fantastic weapon, but it's useless to me right now. Because I'm being stupid. Let this be a lesson, everyone. Don't meme too hard, or you will end up with regret. Well, that's the thing. Stupid is fun sometimes. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. This is a hive I can handle. burn your 600 hit point hive to the ground and give me prizes. True. I have seen the problems you could cause for comedy value, and I approve. I'm pretty sure gun damage counts for the flamethrower. Our flamethrowers do seem to be doing more damage now that I've been grabbing those gun upgrades. And the tick rate does seem to have gone up when I raise gun speed. Fair. It's a good way to be, honestly. You have a great time if you are just doing what's funny or what's fun. And I got greedy and I always forget just how much damage that poison does. It does a kind of asinine amount of damage. Because the thing is, it does 8 damage a tick, and most characters start with like 40 or 50 hit points. So a couple ticks later, if you're missing even a little health, splat. Grab me an equipment banish because that'll raise the odds of getting what I want. Yeah, to quickly run through what I'm trying to get. Either this one that needs max tier cluster casing. Where is he? Or this one, the one that needs a max tier flamethrower. I would accept the max tier brass blessing as well. We can try going all brass blessings as well. Bear in mind, none of these require going all the same weapon at all. That's just the extra layer my goofy ass has decided to add to it. Because it would be entirely too easy to just have a good setup and have that as your third weapon. So I'm just trying to go all in on the gimmick, and it is blown up in my face fairly consistently. It's not giving me what I want. Sad. It doesn't help that all of the weapons I'm trying to max out seem to be the ones the game wants to give me the least. Like, if it was just like the cryo beam one, I probably would be done already because it's already shown up consistently enough. I should have banished the pulse rounds and such to get rid of the basics to make the odd ones more likely to show up. I can't even say that it's a desire sensor thing that they seem to not be showing up, is they're all unlocked weapons as well, which is probably a factor in how rare they are to show up. Banish the shotgun, which cleans both of those off there. I'm curious, what happens if I banish every weapon that's in this pool? Nothing. I still have to pay for the reroll. I was hoping that if I banished all 3 items that were in that pool, it would auto reroll, but no such luck. Yeah, cryo beam is a very common one because it was one of the starting weapons. Flamethrower is actually being surprisingly common too. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna lock both of those for now, and we'll just have to make do for the moment. I wasn't going to go all in on flamethrowers again, and I was gonna try to get the brass blessings, but the universe has decided more flamethrower, so more flamethrower it is then. If I even live that long, considering baby gun is not doing enough of a job to keep us alive here at this rate. And we might actually just die here. Yep. I waited too long before getting a weapon upgrade, so on difficulty 1, you're just dead at that point. Anyway, that was a mulligan. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. What a weird fever dream that was. Oh yeah, no, the game was rigged from the start. That's how that works. Take that, see if I can encourage the seeding a little bit. We'll find out. Let's see, banish these because I definitely don't want those. Banish these. Should have banished this. I know it loves giving me rejuvenation field. I should have banished it. And I can't meme by going all rejuvenation field because it's a healing ability. It won't do anything. So, I might have shot myself in the foot. Oh well. Gun damage, please. I'm gonna need it. Correct. You'll never see it again that entire run. It is out of the pool completely. And by doing that, I encourage other things to show up in the pool. Is the idea. So by getting rid of the things that show up the most commonly, I theoretically will make other things actually show up. I say theoretically because I don't have enough banishes for all of the incredibly common things that show up, so it's probably just gonna start burying me in the other incredibly common thing and make me sad. Okay, you know what? Fine, it's cryo beam time. You wanna be like that game? I'll just use the cryo beam. Fine. You win. Problem with the cryo beam is it's very expensive. Like, to buy a basic cryo beam is like twice the price of most other weapons. And that cost carries over for in each upgrade. It's got good range and it's reasonably effective. Though it's certainly not going to be a complete game changer right now for us. And we're not going to be able to afford the next one right now. Because I'm not able to kill enough. So that's going to be a problem. Yeah, because even if I sell my pulse rounds, I can't afford another cryo beam. So that's actually a really big issue. What I'm hearing is it may be time to pivot again. Or accept a truce with the universe for a second. You know what? I'm just gonna accept a truce with the universe for just a moment here. We're gonna mix for a very brief time to make this physically possible. And then we'll decide which way we want to go from there. Because if I didn't take a weapon there, we were going to die. We were not going to make it through this wave if I didn't pick one of the two. And in the interest of making enough money to be able to get anything to work here, that was the only play. Never mind, we died anyway. Thank you for the follow, Princess Jazz. I'm doing fine. How about you? You know, ignore the death screen. Everything's fine. This is the result of greed. Glad to hear it. And you're welcome. Let's see if we can actually make anything happen this time. I'm having a great time with it, but I already enjoyed the demo and enjoyed the game in general before, or today, because I had picked it up a while ago at this point when it first came out. I'm just being stubborn and trying to do builds that really just are not going to work. Otherwise, I'd be getting a lot farther right now. Like, it's just one of those things where you just choose to do very silly things. That is a very good method as well for having a good time, but maybe not living. Like, pure style was why I went pure grenades earlier today, and that worked better than trying to get pure flamethrowers or pure cryo beam working. Though being here at difficulty 1, memeing is even more dangerous an idea. The flamethrower is just so good. It's so bad, but so good. It's accurate. Because it's a really good weapon, just not good enough necessarily that 3 of them are a good idea. Oh, it wasn't even a question of whether I was going to get it. It was whether I get it now was the question mark. 'Cause I'm still trying to get that triple flamethrower plan to work. I didn't spend those amber on flame damage upgrades for nothing. I can already tell you'll fit in here fine if you're supporting this kind of silliness immediately. No shield is very, very difficult. I have won one run with no shield, but that was with 3 very highly upgraded pulse rounds. That's the only winning run I've gotten without a shield. But that was purely on the back of 3 like red or higher pulse rounds, which do a lot of damage. Get some good range on those and just dance your heart out. That's pretty much the only way to survive without a shield. And that was also only on difficulty 0 that had survived. On difficulty 1, I probably would have found a way to die before getting through that one. It's unfortunate that that run wasn't recorded at all, because that was when I was still playing this in my off time. This is actually the first time other than the demo that I'm actually doing coverage for this. Goodbye, pulse rounds. Hello, third flamethrower. Goodbye, good decisions. Hello, comedy. Go ahead and banish that, raise the odds of more flamethrowers. There we go. Commit to the bit. Commit to the bit. I think we can agree that the smarter decision would have been that upgraded pulse rounds. But we're not here to make good decisions today. Collect all that goo. Just keep getting that attack range up. So I'm gonna need any range at all to make this plan work. Nah, 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 nah. Surprise! Let's see, it's starting to work. It's starting to work. Just gonna take a bit more and then we'll be there. There we go. There we go. Getting somewhere. Tempting, but no, 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 no. Yes. Yes. 3 blue flamethrowers. Yes. Yes. There we go. We might actually be okay this time. The damage increase of 3 blue flamethrowers should be good enough to keep the worst of the things off me. I'll just need to be attentive and get after these flyers before they get out of hand. And that should hold. Because they're going to be what's going to kill me. The melee guys aren't going to be able to get close anymore. Or aside from the big guys, and they're too slow. This is actually not a bad position. Because they have to come around the corner with half of them to get at me. Come on, yes. Open the box, come on, open up. Give me the things. I need them sooner rather than later. If I can manage to get 3 gold flamethrowers, that'll be absurd. I've been having a hard enough time getting 1 gold thing because it refuses to give me duplicate reds. I'm probably gonna have to sit here and upgrade chain these over and over again in order to get anywhere. Which is the other reason why I'm doing the triple flamethrower, though, is to keep myself from having other things to juggle around. Or fire. What is this? None of this is fire. No. No. Closer. Okay, you know what we're gonna do here? Become better. You get in here, because they're not gonna give me what I want. So we're just gonna do it that way. So that should help. Only 1 flamethrower is gonna be doing serious damage, but that's okay. The other ones will be doing enough. This is not the hive we want right now. Don't mind me, giant hive of doom, just passing through. I was never here. Ignore the trail of fire I left behind. I assure you, everything is fine. There is nothing to be worried about. Oh, hello, Berserk. Goodbye, everything. Berserk with triple flamethrowers is terrifying. It doesn't even render the flames. Things just die. Yeah. Oh, if only that lasts longer. Oh, that felt good. This we might be able to do. This is going to take time, but I think we might be able to at least physically be able to do this one. You know, close enough that I would have considered that. That's close enough to theme that I would think about that. If I could afford it. As it stands, we're just gonna do one of these, and then one of these. See, it's doing that thing again where it's giving me nothing but reds that have nothing to do with what I'm doing. That I absolutely should be taking, but I'm not going to. Oh my god, it actually picked the hive I'm attacking as my hive target. There's no way I'm killing this in time, though, I think. But we are keeping good wave control, actually, so maybe? I'm gonna have to step out here and deal with bombardiers now and then. Because we're not doing a ton of damage, but our damage tick rate is fast enough that it is making some headway. The only thing is, that's a lot of health to chew through. And since our flamethrowers keep getting distracted by the enemies, which they do need to deal with, it's only going so fast. And we are getting drained doing this, so we need to back out at least for a moment, which is going to cost us getting it done in time. And that's fine. I would rather be able to keep going than worry about that mission in particular. I will be back for that nest. That nest is going to be dead. I just have to fall back to fight another day. Keep hopping over the walls of doom. Oh, I didn't manage to pick up that heal. That's a problem. Oh, now you give me the purple cluster casing. This is the first cluster casing we've seen in like 6 runs, I would like to point out. This is the first one I was planning to do where I maxed something out, was going to be the cluster casing. And it refused to give me one. And I am so annoyed right now. Like, out of pure spite, I'm not taking it. And now it's gonna keep showing up. This is how this works. Is it gonna show up a third time? No. Okay, good. But we finally have a red flamethrower. We actually have a nice clean order of flamethrowers right there. That berserk would be beautiful, but I need the healing first. Yeah, exactly. And now berserk with flamethrower rainbow. Nothing will live. Oh, we are too far away from that nest, or I would just run over there and eviscerate it, and it would be so good. That health bar is going faster, but it's not going fast enough still. Because we did trade the damage of one flamethrower to boost another, basically. Okay, it's getting a little too crowded out there. I need to get out again, or it's gonna get out of hand. So look at how we're just chewing through the wave whenever we're in flamethrower range of them. It is insane. Like, the only major issue I anticipate going forward is A, they get clumped up too much that even the flamethrower can't chew through them fast enough, and B, the crusher. The crusher's going to still be a real major thorn in my side. Let's get the extra goo on pickup so we can start multiplying our money to hopefully fish for upgrades better. this is how much we had laying around. We've got like 4 upgrades back to back here. And we still have more stuff flowing to us because of how much we had to leave behind earlier. Or in order to live. We are just so consistently riding the ragged edge of disaster right now. Yes! Yellow flamethrower! I could have 2 reds, but no! Max flamethrower! All is right with the world. They're like, please take it over, shield, you crazy bastard, please. No. I have my max tier flamethrower. I am happy. It's doing 32 a tick by itself. Oh, this is still concerning though. We're not immune. That's the plan. I just gotta live to get it. Ooh, that was a lot of damage. Oh, and there's the bombardier pile too. Okay, hang on. Light them up. And we'll back off from that again for now, because that's still taking longer than is efficient. Pop another magnet. I'm still not convinced if flamethrowers can crit. With how many ticks we've been getting, you would think even at a 1 in 3, we would be getting some crits in there, and I'm not seeing them. So I think just like in some other games, the flamethrowers might not be capable of doing critical damage. Which from a balance and mechanical standpoint does make sense, because oh boy, flamethrowers doing crit damage would be horrifying. Yeah, you know, move speed, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That is precisely the thing. There we go, another red flamethrower. Yes. Yes. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to the perfect set of flamethrowers. Ultimate power is almost within my grasp. Exactly. Look how much faster I'm chewing through that at Hive's health with these upgraded flamethrowers, and nothing really is getting close most of the time. I still need to back out though, because the numbers are getting to be enough that I still need to wig a little bit just to make sure the flyers don't hide in a corner I can't get to. No, that's useless to me. I'm suspecting, so we're not taking that. Like, if we manage to destroy this elite hive, I'm gonna count that as a victory enough for me. We're almost there. There's just enough of them that I can't attack the hive anymore. There we go. And got it. Of course, now we need a new victory condition because that went better than expected. But, you know. Yes. More. I need to find a new nest to burn. Just walk right through them. That one's got 20,000 health. But it's taking more damage than the other one did, because I think there's armor on these hives, too. So this one is technically more doable at the same time. But they're feeding in here in such a way that this is concerning. So I do still need to be somewhat careful. It's a pity I can't combine them when they're in the shop. There we go. If I sell this one, I have enough to buy this one. And now we have 2 red flamethrowers. I could have 2 gold flamethrowers, but I'd rather keep the 2 reds since I'm not gonna have a third item if I do that. And with the amount of enemies coming at me, I need that 3rd flamethrower. Otherwise, I would have committed. But, like, even if I could have gotten a 3rd, like, low-level flamethrower, I would have taken that and had the 2 golds. Like, I'm balancing stupidity and intelligence here is what I'm trying to do. Sometimes the memes get a little too strong. Exactly. Ideally, it's like a purple or another red. Maybe it'll reward my tenacity and give me just straight up a gold flamethrower in the shop, though. So I can't help but feel that there's less of them chasing me now, but I think it's because they sent a lot of bombardiers. Oh, hey, baby hive. Burn. So there's enough bombers here that I actually still have to be somewhat careful getting over to it. You know, just in case crits do happen, we now have a 70% chance for them. Yeah, we just destroyed that thing in seconds. But with 70% crit chance and I'm still not seeing crit numbers, pretty confident crits don't exist for the flamethrower, and that makes me sad. I get it, but it makes me sad. But yeah, you'll notice the incidental damage we're taking now and then is why the discussion of, yeah, we're not gonna manage to survive comes from. His one bad tap from the boss is gonna be the death of me. And I'm not going to be able to avoid that happening because of the range of the flamethrowers. Oh, there we go. There's gold flamethrower for us. Gold flamethrower number 2, that is. It's a pity that they can't be combined. You can't go even further. 2 golds and a red. I wish that was true, Swarm, but I know what the color for the crit damage is in this game, and that ain't it. But oh, if that were true, that would be beautiful. I might. I have what, 2 waves? 1 wave? We just started wave 13, so yeah, I've got the wave 13 and 14 reward to get 1 more red flamethrower to have triple gold. Triple gold flamethrower might manage to win. I might have enough DPS to be able to get through the Crusher before he can kill me. We will find out. Yep, that's all I need. And the game knows it, and that's the problematic part. It's all a matter of whether the game decides to give me what I want or not. I'm coming back for this Hive, though. Burn! Of course, the wave-based health has made it a lot stronger, but it gave me a berserk, so, burn, ignorant creature. Perish in flames. Look at how fast that health bar started going down once we got the berserk. That Hive's dead. Aw, nothing that gives me more attack. Sad. Well, speed it is then. Cowabunga it is. I am pure fire. All things must burn. And we're only a minute into this wave too, and I've already just chewed that nest to pieces. Oh, I need to find a magnet though. There's a lot of stuff I've left laying around behind me, I'm sure. Or while I've been running around like a crazy person. Getting the extra challenge thing really wasn't that worth it, but neither were the other options particularly. We have achieved True Dragon. I fly and burn everything. Ah, yes, give me all of these grenade upgrades for the grenades I'm not using. There we go. In case gun damage applies to these at all. I just have a death aura. That's all that these flamethrowers are at this point, with the way they spin. It's just an aura of nothing can stand anywhere near me. Okay. Is it gonna happen? No, not yet. Nope. Nope. They're trying to manipulate me to pick something else. There's the sensible advice right there. Hey, use an overshield. No. Damn it. Well, we got one more chance. Oh. I'm keeping the dream alive. Didn't I melt this hive? I never realized that these can come back. Huh. Well, this might just mean more profit for me, huh? Nope. Lost untouchable. Walk into the meat grinder. Come along, there's plenty of room. Okay, there's getting to be big guys in here. There's a lot less room suddenly. Attack range. Yes, please. Longer flamethrowers means safer burning. The animations don't know what to do with this anymore. Things are dying away from where the flames are actually visible. I'm using their house as a shield so that they can't walk directly at me as easily. I might actually manage to get this cooked in time. It's gonna be close. It really depends on how many... Nope, there's a lot of big guys suddenly. There's the overall damage increase. Yes! Yes! This is why I can't be trusted with this kind of power. The unhinged steadily just happens more and more, the more power I get. You know what? Just as a joke, here, over 100% crit rate that I can't use. There we go. Another elite hive cooked within a wave timer. Nom, 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 nom. Come on. That also boosted our damage further. Area effect plus 40%. Attack range plus another 24%. Yes! Yes! The aura grows. Come on, icing on the cake. Last flamethrower. Come on, game. Come on. You know you want to. Come on, I've earned it. We got so many purples. I wish I had an extra slot. Nope. The dream is dead. No triple gold. See, now I gotta kill the Crusher just because he didn't give me my triple gold. Now I'm obligated to win this, somehow. Where is he? There he is. Oh, yeah, that hurts. That hurts so much. This is why you need Overshield, in case people are wondering. You either need Overshield or range, because that charge hits so hard. And it is really hard to avoid. Avoided it there, though. We're gonna have to run him around for a while to make this happen, because I'm gonna have to keep grabbing health to make sure he can't just bop me. If I can make this shieldless triple flamethrower win happen, though, I will be so happy. We're halfway there. I just need to not get greedy. Just keep running him enough that he can't charge me easily. This is why I was excited to get those range increases, because I can just stay out of his charge reach. Just taking this idiot for a walk. Nah. Buy myself a bit of breathing time. Sure, 40% more damage while jetpacking. He's only hit me, what, once so far, I think? And then I got hit by minions the second couple times? And that's game. Triple flamethrower win. Whew. I know. It could have been real. Welcome in. How you doing today? Whew. It just didn't want to give me the 3rd gold. And that's the first difficulty 1 win, too. Of all ways to get it. Oh. My god. I just wish I had a little bit more time so I could have gone and finished off the Apex nest too. No, unfortunately. We got a win, but we didn't get triple gold flamethrowers. I ran the Crusher around the whole map, and I only got hit once. Oh. We got a lot of range upgrades to make that happen, otherwise that was never happening. Yep, that's what I ended with down there. 2 gold, 1 red. And if I'm recognizing that name right, if that's an accurate Twitch account, I do believe that's one of the names on the development list too. So if that's accurate, thank you for your work on this. That's why I kind of went quiet for a split second, because I was like, wait, that name looks familiar. Looks at list. Oh, huh. Just so people see what items we had to make that happen. It was primarily some jetpack damage, though that... Well, actually, no, the jetpack damage didn't really come in that much. We had a lot of area effect range, a lot of gun attack speed, and wherever the range increase one ended up, it's somewhere around here. Ooh, I've been having a great time. As I told people earlier, I had already enjoyed the demo when I played it back during the Next Fest that it had popped up during, and then I enjoyed the release initially, and now I'm back here to play it because I needed something and I knew I could handle doing today. And this has been a joy to play, as always. I still have a lot of ground to cover before I can see all of the content, of course, but... Ooh. That was still a very good run. Probably should get some general speed up, because that's one problem I've been running into, is not having enough speed. There we go, now we got Huntsman. Grab a little bit of melee dodge, though I don't know how valuable that's going to end up being. Ah, okay, so it's a grenade classification for these. Okay. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. 2 of which conveniently going to our 2 new friends here. Much appreciated. Enjoy the emotes and not having to deal with ads. Ooh, extra flame dot damage too. And even more flame dot damage on level. Very nice. Okay, that was worth pounding away at getting then. You know, hindsight being 2020, I should have gotten more equipment banishes to try to encourage doing what I've been trying to do, which is these meme 3 of the same weapon setups. But you know what? It's fine. Gains gun damage on level, but decreases range and jetpack cooldown. That's fine. That's... You know what? I have a plan for that. We can make that work. We're gonna stay on difficulty 1 because I'm still goofing around. 2 is probably not gonna end well. I do like the color scheme on this one, though, for obvious reasons. if I can get it to show up, I'm gonna try to go all Brass Blessing this time, since this guy gets gun damage bonuses. I think that'll be fun. But we'll see if we can wrangle them to show up. If not, I might just go all shotgun. So I may just like start out all shotgun until the Brass Blessings start to show up, and then I'll pivot over. Or I'm gonna get nothing I want. You know, that's just how it be sometimes. We did win, Swarm. We actually won the Crusher fight pretty handily. We unlocked 2 new jumpers, and this is one of them, the Huntsman with the shotgun. Oh yeah. Got a good chunk of gifts for our efforts there. Which we've already gone longer than I had planned to today. I was planning for like a 2.5 hour to 3 hour stream today, and it's like, you know what? This is going well. I'm just gonna keep riding it. Speaking of Holy Gifted, god damn it, Swarm, but thank you. Much appreciated for the 10 gifted, man. Thank you. Oh, god damn. Was not ready for that to happen. I had a suspicion after that reaction that something was coming. But somehow I'm still surprised. And now y'all have caused a hype train. Well, here we are then, huh? Okay. I was just about to say that I appreciate all of you being here. I was gonna go on this whole sap statement that people didn't even need to give me money or anything, and yet here you are throwing money at me. How did this time out so perfectly for that to interrupt me getting ready to say that? Don't get me wrong, the money is 100% appreciated. It is going to turn into things for all of you anyway. But god damn it, regardless. And Char and Lixie are gonna be in for a surprise when they come back and they have a sub. Jesus Christ. Well, that's a record. I don't think we've had a level 4 here yet, so that's a thing. Thank you. Bro, don't give up on me now. I need you to say words to appreciate these people that are throwing their money at you. Still didn't get what I wanted. This is fine. Immediately lost the bonus challenge the second I pressed the button. Swarm. Again? God damn it, man. I think you're gonna run out of people at this rate. But thank you. Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure between the two of you, you have given me another Twitch payout for the next month. Especially if the... Didn't the new sub cost come in today? Isn't it $1 more now, or do gift subs not count for that? So I know it was supposed to be either like today or one of these days here soon, they were going to be raising the price from $5 to $6. Because people were getting all up in arms about it, which I get. Raising prices is never fun. But I do think people might have been getting a little out of hand for it being only $1 increase. Though it did say that subs that get renewed are going to keep the original pricing. So as long as you maintain a sub, you're not going to have to change what you're paying. At least that's what what the announcement said. Whether that's going to remain true or not, we'll have to wait and see. And it's looking like I'm going all shotguns this time. There's the incendiary pinwheel, which will be fun to play with, but I'm committed now. Presumably, is I get half of everything that's spent. So if people are spending $6, I would then get $3 instead of 2.5. Logically. Whether shenanigans ensue on that or not, we'll have to wait and see on that one too. So do I, because that would at least make it worth it to the people doing the work on the platform that the price change happened. And it's more worthwhile to y'all because more of it goes to the reason you're spending the money. If it proves out that we're not getting that benefit, you expect to hear me start calling harder for people to be giving donations and such instead of subbing like multiple of us have called for before when they've done stupid nonsense. I appreciate that at their Swarm, but do make sure to take care of yourself first, especially with the move and everything. And know that the same would go the other way around. If I had the money in the world, you would be getting buried in subs too. God damn it. Thank you for the bits interrupting this moment. Keeping that hype train alive. Oh, I'll still be surprised, you know that. That's how this works. Oh, fucking hell. Y'all are too much. And I say that in the best way possible. This definitely means I'll be looking into finding more things to make the content y'all are enjoying out of, using this money you've all decided to drop on my head as soon as Twitch decides to give it to me. See, that I can promise I can keep doing. That one I can guarantee. That's not hard. Being me may be complicated sometimes, but it's the only thing I know how to do. Hell yeah. I don't know whether to be glad or upset that... Jesus Christ. Hang on. I was just about to say, I don't know if I should be glad or unhappy that I don't have a fucking sub goal set right now. Because y'all would have killed it. It would be dead right now. See that hole in the ground over there? That's where the sub goal would be right now. It would have been doubled by now. Because it would have been something like 40 or 50 probably. And we passed 40. Jesus. I was joking about it being a payout by itself. But now I don't think it's a joke anymore. I think you've already passed that value. Since it only needs to be 50. Exactly, Swarm. Good lord. I'm just gonna keep this meme going as best I can. These shotguns are for you. This hive will die in your name. You know, that's correct. We don't abide by the laws of limitations of any kind. Even I said triple flamethrower couldn't be done, and there we were. We won that run. Continuing to disrespect anything we are told we can't do. You have no power here. Fuck me. Ooh. So I may have to start coming up with something special at the very least for the people that gift a lot. Good lord. Y'all deserve something in return for dropping a pile of money on my head. What's up, Swarm? God damn it. Somehow I knew that's what was gonna happen, but I was waiting anyway. So that's what, 30 today just from you, Swarm? Jesus Christ, man. I don't know what to do with you. But thank you. They're a bunch of menaces, but they're my menaces, and they're great. This is the exact kind of behavior I encourage here. Just usually thrown at other people, not at me. That's not how this is supposed to work. I suppose this is what happens when my encouragement is bury all of our friends in love. Somehow I end up in this list anyway. Yeah, that checks out. Which is also behavior I encourage, so really I don't know what I was expecting. Oh, hey, a secret room. I didn't even know that was there. It's almost like that's why it's a secret. Funny how that works. And it is through a mountain, so, you know, there you go. Oh god. Not gonna be able to keep this alive at this rate. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. And there we have yet another one of those moments we've discussed so frequently recently, where I, by all rights, should have died. Okay, game, you've now made a tempting argument for me. Do I pivot? Okay, I'm listening, Swarm. What do you got? While I think about whether to pivot into trying to go all brass blessings here at the second half or not. Because the problem is brass blessing has not been showing up very often. Is one of their announcements yesterday said that recurring subs were gonna retain old pricing, but I guess maybe that got backtracked on, or... Okay. It may also be that that's flip-flopping back and forth then, and as usual with any kind of information coming out of Twitch, it's gonna be a week or two before clear answers come out. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna combine these two spread shots, and I'm gonna take this brass blessing, whichever one we see next is gonna be the one we commit to. That's how we're gonna roll this one. It's Brass Blessings. As soon as I start being able to buy these, we're gonna convert this whole setup over. RNG has spoken. Okay. Maybe the pricing had kicked in sooner then, and they had given a grace period for recurring subs then, and that was where the misunderstanding came from. It certainly would not be the first time when a lot of misunderstandings and or misinformation comes out whenever Twitch makes a change. And that, for once, I can't blame Twitch for the misinformation, because people get a hold of incorrect information and take it and run with it. That was a level 8 hype train that y'all caused here. 40 gift subs. My god. That is a record we ain't gonna hit again for a bit.
Flawless victory.
I mean, it's easy to believe everything you see on the internet because people act so confident in what they're saying and in what they see other people saying. So it's very easy to get caught up in that and roll along with those that are believing it. And some things are harmless to believe, of course, but you just gotta be careful. Yeah, no, I agree entirely. Do not believe everything you read. As a joke, I would almost say, except if it comes from me, but especially if it comes from me, don't believe everything you read. I am very frequently wrong about things. Including what my own plan is. Can I get a third brass blessing? So I'm keeping that spread shot till I see that third brass blessing show up, which is very hard to say, I might add. There it is. Okay. Goodbye, shotgun. You've served me well.
Hello there.
Hey there, Lixie. You missed quite a thing. There was a level 8 hype train that nearly broke my brain. Hopefully work's going well, Lixie. Always happy to see you. Even if you've taken to calling me grandfather. This checks out, no questions here. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last time something like this has happened to me. It is concerningly less worrying than should be. Of course you like that. Of course you do. You of all people would get an extra kick out of that. Where's this nest I'm supposed to be destroying? I suddenly feel an urge to lash out at something. Oh, goddammit, I missed my exit. Maybe I am Grandpa, because I apparently couldn't fucking follow directions. There we go. There it is. So boy, have I made a choice putting myself in this corner, huh? Well, I'm not. I'm lashing out at the army of bugs. Nice swarm. Also, look, max level brass blessing. We've done it. We have peak Gatling gun. My irresponsible swapping decision has paid off. Well, the more important question is, what kind of ramen is it? Well, I don't know about peak efficiency, considering this gun seems to be horrifically inefficient, considering the second it overheats, I can't do anything. But, you know, the price you gotta pay. Thankfully, they seem to have actually managed to stagger automatically so that they're not all not firing until I said that. I'm gonna need a bigger fan. I cannot blow hard enough for this. Ooh. Against all odds, this is actually working. Mostly by running, screaming, and panicking. And a lot of jetpack. The jetpack is the key. Other than the egregious volume of fire coming out of me. The jetpack is the thing. You always need the jetpack. When I first started playing this, I didn't use it much. And even now, I don't use it nearly as much as I arguably should. But oh, is it a get-out-of-jail-free card in a lot of bad situations. I'm not as much for fried octopus, but as long as you're enjoying it, that's great. But then again, I'm not much for seafood in general. Well, I've got some bad news for you on that one. 90% of games of this type do not have jetpacks. There might be like one other one that has a jetpack. I feel like I've seen another one and I cannot picture it. You know, that is a good perk. It'll make it significantly cheaper. But I have played a lot of this type of game, which is partially what's giving me the edge I need to get through doing what I'm doing here. Is you learn a lot of things about spacing and stepping just out of death when you play enough of these. See, now crab I enjoy. I didn't used to, but I came around on that at some point. I don't know exactly when, really. I don't eat a lot of it, but now and then it's nice. Mostly because crab is expensive and I don't go for it on its own. Not that much. Ah, okay. That's how you were able to be like, yep, that's the real deal there. Okay. It must be good to be a part of pushing out a game and then find out you really enjoy it too. That really sounds like a have your cake and eat it too situation. But that's exactly what makes this kind of game good, is you can indulge in a bit of a crazy power fantasy while also being in a somehow soothing environment to a certain degree, because there's very little that's asked of you at face value, but at the same time there's a layer where you can... there's a lot that can happen too. That's fantastic. It's always great to see success come about out of something people enjoy. I'm sure you're not the only one. Your secret is safe if with me and there's 6 other people in here. Probably. Unless one of them is your boss, in which case, well, there's nothing to be done about that one. Exactly. Nothing can be proven. I can't believe Operation Maximum Firepower is working out. It was great to meet you as well. Hopefully you have a good time out and have a good dinner. You're welcome. And as Swarm said, thank you for stopping in. Though we are probably gonna wrap up in a run or two, because like I said, we already went longer than I had planned to today. For absolutely great reasons, but this still was not my intentions. It's not that I had anything else to do, just I didn't anticipate having the energy to keep going today with how today started. I'm very glad I made the choice to play this in particular today, though. So you would think with how this session started, we wouldn't be sitting here memeing on the game with these goofy triple weapon builds and surviving. Considering I was barely surviving for a couple minutes earlier today. And now I'm warmed up, now I understand what I'm doing, and I'm a terror. Exactly. Sometimes the meme builds are stronger than the normal builds, because they have the extra factor of being enjoyable on top of being good. Come on, I need another red blessing. That's a lot of red, none of which I'm looking for. And I don't have any more banishes left. I have to just spite banish one of them. With the amount of purple blessings we've gotten, I could have made another red one. But you can't take them with you. well, guess we'll just keep saving more money. Here I go killing again. There we go. There's the damage boost that we didn't necessarily need, but, you know, you can never go wrong with more damage, as long as you're not the one being hit with it. But let this be another point in this game's favor, if anybody was on the fence about picking it up, that it's been so easy to just keep looping playing this game and lose track of time. I'll have to keep that in mind, because I don't think I've tried that specific kind yet. And I do enjoy some good ramen. I might not go for the octopus, but I will take the rest of it. But I assume the octopus wasn't normally a part of it, since you said it was extra. Just loop back around and get the bonus. Okay. Yes, more gun unspeed. You can't handle how fast my bullets go now. Oh god, they can. They can handle it real well. Well, turns out they can handle that very, very well. That went from working perfectly to death instantly. Oh, I'm so not surprised.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Not the first time, won't be the last time. Even though I died, I honestly couldn't be happier that I died that way. Oh, but we were 1 egg short of an even 200 eggs destroyed, though. No, only 199 eggs. No. It's ruined now. Everything's ruined. There we go. Now we have max equipment banishes. We could have had... Where are they? Could have had this guy, the tank jumper. Who knows what he would have been about? Presumably about not dying. And he would have started with a purple brass blessing. Would have been great. Ooh, actually, I have an idea. He may start with a flamethrower, but I have a plan. I have a terrible plan. I have a terrible, awful, hilarious plan. But this will probably be last run unless this dies immediately. No, it'll be great. It'll be fine. Everything's gonna be great. No need gun damage. This plan's gonna work out perfectly. And everybody can probably guess what this stupid plan is. Since I'm not taking gun damage, it's gonna be pretty obvious what this plan is. Oh, this is a bad idea. It involves these incendiary pinwheels. What if I said triple incendiary pinwheel? Here's the thing. He gets extra fire damage every level. And those grenades do fire damage. Yeah, you see the idea? You see where the connection's coming in? And it's great because it's my two favorite things. Fire and explosions. It's the best of both worlds. It's got the flash and the bang without being blinding. Instead, it's murderous. What more could you ask for? Exactly. I knew you'd understand, Swarm. I just may have to slum it up with this flamethrower for a bit until I can get the pinwheels going. And that's not to say I don't love the flamethrower still, but flamethrowers I can throw at people. You know, it's really hard to argue with flying, spinning flamethrowers. Look at that. Look how fun that is. I just wish I'd chosen to play this on the 4th of July now, because I'm basically throwing fireworks. It would have been perfect. Exactly. Somebody out there, or when they were asked for fire or explosions, said, why not both? And here we are. And the rest is history. Don't get me wrong, I'm not sure these are going to be resoundingly effective, but I can't resist the opportunity. I just need a lot of grenade speed so I can throw a lot of them. The only question mark is going to be, do these only get thrown... You know, can I only have X amount of them out at once? Because if there's a finite cap to how many I can have out, that's a problem. And since I have 2 of them and I'm only seeing 1 out at a time, that might be a problem with this plan. In some ways, that wouldn't be hard to make. In others, that would actually be rather difficult to make. Your biggest issue would be getting it to completely convey, I think, an emote size. Particularly getting it to convey exactly as the meme. Damn it, they outran me. They were too fast. Okay, I might have to alter my plan if I can only have 1 of these incendiary pinwheels out at once. This may end up just being all grenades, but just different grenades. True. That definitely gets the point across entirely. Yeah, because I still have 2 of these pinwheels, and only 1 of them seems to reach the field at a time. But they do immediately replace each other, so there's that. I'm kind of surprised this hasn't failed yet, considering this problem we're having. But the flamethrower is kind of picking up the slack. Don't need gun attack speed because I'm probably going to be getting rid of the flamethrower. Otherwise I would have taken that. Defense while jetpacking is going to be important since I do use it as an escape tool, but... No, I said I was doing it, so we're doing it. This is going to be a bad idea, but we thrive on those. And at least one of these is going to be stronger, so we got that going for us. Okay, no, there they go. Were they just throwing directly on top of each other the entire time? Because you'll notice two of them seem to be throwing side by side and then one throws apart. But at least we are getting three of them on the field, so this is very powerful in like a hallway like that. Okay, the meme isn't dead yet. The dream is alive. We just leave a trail of flames behind us. The only problem is things like this. Well, I could manual throw them, but that would take effort. And I'm not committed enough to this to put in the effort to make that work better. It's funnier this way. But if you want it to be effective, you just switch to manual fire mode. Though that appears to not be working correctly, actually, because that seems to only be throwing one at all and then refusing to let me throw more of them. Exactly. You see, staggering throwing them does that silly thing known as making sense. We just can't have that. I'm just glad I don't actually have to pivot to multiple grenade types after all. I think multiple of them are stacking on top of each other some of the time. More grenade speed. How is Berserk with this gonna work out? The answer, not bad. We just throw more grenades, which is what we always want to do anyway. Just leave fire grenades under him, just walk away. In some ways, I feel like these will be more effective than the flamethrowers, and in other ways, they're going to be disastrous. And this is a perfect example of ways it'll be disastrous, because trying to get them onto the hive is going to be the problem, without manually throwing them. Apparently I got poisoned. I think maybe the... Oh, wait. Do the bombardiers poison you? Maybe they do. Oh, I think I know what might be making throwing multiple weird sometimes, actually. Oh, I touched the poison. I'm gonna die. I'm going to die. No, I'm not. Thought I was going to. Really felt like I was going to die. And then I didn't. And now I'm going to, though. Please give me the health. Thank you. What I should have done was stay in the fire. Which is the opposite of what people would ordinarily advise you doing. But if I just stand here inside my own flames, I'm immune to melee enemies. It's like that classic advice of no one can grab you if you're on fire. Fun fact, don't do that. That is not good advice, but it isn't wrong. Yeah, exactly. We're playing the floor as lava, but they're the only ones who have to worry about the lava. Which, there's also the question of how I'm immune to my own fire, but, you know, we don't need to worry about that. These guys are gonna be the one sticking point with the stand in the fire idea. We do thankfully have the fire damage of the jetpack boost as well. Okay. I now have a tough decision to make. The thing is, remember how much I wanted to get the maxed out cluster casing? I have the opportunity to do both. But I compromise out of doing all pinwheel. No, we don't compromise here. There is no compromise. Oh, that's how that works. Okay. I was wondering about that. Thank you for the clarification. This might end poorly now that I've done this. Oh, nope. We've been rewarded. This nonsense is gonna stop working real soon. But that's not gonna stop me trying. Oh boy. Just gotta dance real hard to make this plan work. Because we're gonna have a real issue with the bombardiers, like I mentioned, and the flyers. There's that spit. They are gonna be a problem. Though I suppose even with it only throwing in the first item, it would still technically allow me to stagger them, because I would always have one that was offset from the other two. So that technically works. And without making the control scheme more complicated, I can see how it'd be problematic to get 3 independent throws working. Well, thank you for the raid, Sumo GGs. How was your stream? What were you doing today? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to me kind of just faltering and falling apart a little bit here, but I appreciate you all coming by. I'm Drac. I tend to play a lot of random things, and let me tell you, my community's confused the hell out of me today. Oh, nice. I'm doing just fine, other than being a little bit tired and a little off. But I'm glad you're doing well, and hope you had a good time with Stardew Valley. I've just been a menace over here for a while today. Glad to hear it. Hive Jump is really fun. I've been having a great time trying to do the silliest setups I can and just do 3 of the same weapon and see if I can get away with it. Most of the ground I covered today, because I had played for a few hours on and off back when it had first come out, and then I sat here and went for the 4 and change hours we went today. we're just goofing around and doing what we can. We already managed to win one run on difficulty 1 with nothing but flamethrowers. We almost got through with nothing but brass blessings, but I died on the last wave. And now we're trying to do nothing but incendiary pinwheels because we got them from doing the flamethrowers. Absolutely. You take care, and thank you again for bringing your community over. Or you have a good dinner and a good night. I suspected when I saw Jazz pop up in the raid, but I wasn't gonna call it out. So thank you, Jazz, for recommending me. I'm glad I made that good of an impression already. Since this run has lasted a bit, we will sadly be packing it in soon. But since y'all all have just come over here, we will do one more, or just to make sure y'all get a piece of this game. And that's one more win or lose. So, speaking of getting a piece of this game, I do highly recommend picking it up for yourselves as well. It is currently $7, at least US dollars. You're gonna have some currency variations here and there, but for $7, you'll get quite a bit of game, so I do highly recommend it for those interested in this type of game. And I am in no way sponsored to say that. That is my honest statement there. Meh. I could sit there and re-roll some more, but I'll take what I got and go. I'm gonna save money for trying to re-roll for expensive things. And for everybody that came in with Sumo, I do recommend making sure to take care of yourselves. So if you gotta go anywhere, gotta do anything, by all means. Health first all the time. It is sometimes hard to remember how to make speeches when you're running from hundreds of angry little insects that want to bite your ankles off. And your only defense is a spinning pinwheel of fire. Chance we learned doesn't help fire. Still makes me sad, but it's fine. Sure, give me more challenges that I will probably not manage to succeed because I'm throwing fire on the ground and running around like a crazy person, but you know, we'll figure something out. I'm sure somehow it will all work out just fine as I continue to do my dance of death. Really is satisfying when one of those goes off in the middle of a crowd. Which sounds really bad out of context, so just don't think about it too hard. Exactly. This is the essence of what I'm doing right now. Everything's on fire and it's fine. Which really is fairly accurate to where my brain was earlier. So you know what? This checks out. Come on. Give me another pinwheel. You know what? That'll do. I would say it's worth getting. Alex is cool and welcome in as well. I will say, you have to enjoy this kind of game already for this to work for you, I would say. The jetpack does add a nice extra active dynamic to help keep you doing something compared to other Survivor style games, but it does still have that limitation in it. That is a caveat that's worth considering on that. But welcome in, and hopefully you're doing well today. Appreciate that, and so far... snag some of that goo that's in the acid, even though that's a dangerous prospect. Okay. In some ways, what I'm doing won't be representative of the average play experience unless this is how you choose to play the game yourself, because there are a lot of options at hand that I am disregarding for sake of comedy. But you are still limited to the 3 weapons on hand at a time, or weapon and utility, because if you took something like an overshield, you'd only have 2 weapons. Which, the overshield is highly recommended, especially when you're still coming to grips with the game. I can't even say that I'm good at this. Yeah, exactly, Swarm. I will recommend things all up and down and not do 90% of the things I recommend doing. It's just because they're a good idea. It doesn't mean that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, the main things to keep in mind with this are mostly just a matter of always keep your spacing, always have a way out no matter what your positioning is at the time. Because the jetpack will provide a way out, but only so much. That's been one of the big keys I've found for this so far. And obviously, what I was going to say before is, I can't say I'm that good at this since I'm still down here at difficulty 1, which is the 2nd difficulty. I could have gone up to difficulty 2, but since I'm doing these 3 weapon runs, I've been choosing to stay here. Because we had enough trouble beating difficulty 1 with my nonsense. So a lot of your mileage will vary with any advice I give. But it also depends on what you're looking to get out of the game too. If you're worried about getting far, then my advice is dangerous. If you're looking to have a good time, my advice would probably hold reasonably well. Does that remind me, does Bounty of 1 count from 0 or does it count from 1? Because I do not remember. Then yeah, you'll probably end up in the same boat I am. Because I've played a lot of these style of games. Because they're one of my favorite, like, spare time games. Because they don't take a lot to play aside from playing around with the builds. Okay, so... oh, you went up to an actual set and it's actually then 10 levels you went up. Because it counts from 0. Okay. Not getting what I want again. There we go. If you want something in a very similar and, like, I mean, to an incredible degree similar vein, but with a fairly significant difference in weapons, the Deep Rock Galactic spin-off that's in this same vein is also quite good. Costs a bit more, though. Oh, from what I remember, I think that one's like 8 or 9. 9 or more. I don't remember anymore. But I'm happy to have seen this genre become a thing and expand as much as it has, honestly. Because they'll never... Well, I wouldn't say they'll never be, like, a huge, complex next thing. But they are just so good for just enjoying and causing whatever kind of broken nonsense you can come up with. And just causing chaos with that in a nice, contained, condensed fashion. To use the phrase I used earlier, or on today, power fantasy. It literally is exactly that. You can enjoy having a crazy amount of power all within a short span of time. Or go up to the really high difficulties and actually have to really fight to get anywhere. It kind of covers both ends in that particular case. Though this does still end at wave 15. Unless the difficulties change that as well, which I'm not sure about. So you have a finite amount of time to do things in. Which, with the systems they have in place here, that works together nicely. You don't end up feeling like you're waiting for anything too badly, aside from setups like what I've been doing where I'm specifically looking for one thing. Then it gets a little bit troublesome in that regard. There's my grenade speed increase. Is that I really need. But so far, I've not encountered a build that has not had adequate support to make it work within the game's systems. Like, triple grenade, go for it. Triple grenade of any kind, go for it. Any weapon, there's support for it somewhere. The only thing I've not seen a damage type support for, I think, is the cryo gun, actually. I think the cryo beam is the only one I've not seen actual direct benefit for. Like, obviously gun damage applies to it just like the other ones, but I didn't see a cryo damage increase yet. But then it may be there and I just haven't gotten to it yet. It's like there's radiation damage in your passive benefits for the gamma ray, so there might be a cryo one in there, and like I said, I didn't unlock it, and so my brain didn't retain it. But I've not seen a relic for any of the elemental damage types, really. I've not seen a flame relic, I've not seen a radiation relic, or a cryo relic. So if you're looking for that level of support for specific things you're doing, that might not be there. I might have also not unlocked them yet, because there's a good amount of things that haven't been unlocked yet. And it is still getting updates as well, so things can change. Okay. Gold incendiary pinwheel achieved. For those who haven't played this or haven't seen what we've been doing so far, this is the highest these weapons can go. That is now maxed out. And there are unlocks tied to a lot of them being maxed out, which is part of the reason why I'm focusing on doing so. I say a lot of them because I don't know if there's one for every single one, because I haven't sat and checked that thoroughly, and my brain's not as with it as it would always be. So I I say that often enough that I really shouldn't say that anymore, because it really is just never going to be true ever again, it seems, but that's fine. You should be killing things in here, so I get bonuses. Because you get these random challenges over on the right. There's a relic to make them happen more often as well. And if you complete those challenges, you'll get an ordnance box that'll give you some good stuff and a good chunk of more currency as well. So they're definitely worth doing. There we go. Job done. And when the box comes down, it does crush enemies, which is always satisfying. Though, in general, it's always satisfying to crush your enemies. Ooh, that's actually a fairly tough choice between these two. This is nice too, but I don't jetpack enough for this to be a great idea. I should probably take the damage. But the 10% extra area effect range would make the damage reach more enemies, is why that was a question mark. But there's such a significant percentage change between those two that the damage was more worth it. Yeah, those red upgrades can give you a very hefty swing. Like, look at this. 0.5 extra jetpack, which is half of our current jetpack duration. That's why these red upgrades are pretty rare, and there are gold ones as well, which are even more ridiculous. But that's why these are so rare, is they do a lot. And we're also in the second to last wave, which is why they're giving us higher end upgrades. Try to finish off our setup before the final fight comes up. Is that Crusher? Probably will kill us. Well, we'll see how that goes. I can't keep consistent damage on him with these incendiary pinwheels like I could with the flamethrower, so this might be bad. But we also gotta survive this first. Try again. 80% more grenade speed? Yes, please, throw more grenades. Always be throwing more grenades. There we go. Now the grenade speed's up enough that we're starting to keep more consistent multiple sets out there. That's gonna be a key to keeping us alive, probably. Because look at how many of them are after us at this point. And that's with us keeping some decent crowd control. Like, this wave does not mess around. %20 more damage. Oh, we got a... I'm not sure what that one's for. It says critically acclaimed, so you'd think it would be attached to critically hitting things, but I thought fire couldn't. So I'm kind of confused. That is so tempting. No. We do not compromise. I've been rewarded. My not compromising has been rewarded. We have 2 gold pinwheels. That said combine. I'm pretty sure it couldn't. I should have clicked it just to see what would happen. Because I can't combine it now. I think that just appears on that menu. I don't know. I should have tried it. But I was too excited to have it. Yeah, the dangerous part's gonna be I have to keep running him around the pinwheels in order to do any damage to him. These don't help me. None of these help me. Well, actually, the extra goo on pickup can help, because I don't know if the goo counts directly to the experience count or not. Because I know the goo is counted down there, but I don't know if there's a correlation between the experience directly and the goo. Aside from obviously picking up the pickups is where the experience comes from. As long as I just keep running him through the fire, we will win. So I'm doing a lot of damage to him just off the dot from all the levels we have, which is why I used this guy for the incendiary pinwheel plan. Movement speed, please. I know I caught that shot. That's fine. Arguably, other than damaging him at all, the hardest part's gonna be actually getting a heal for to happen. I may have to actually switch to manual targeting to get a heal if I need it. Run him back through the fire. Run him back through the fire again. Come on. Pop that. Just hop over him. Yeah, movement speed while jetpacking seems like a good idea right now. More movement speed while jetpacking, sure. Let's just go with the speed of light whenever we're jetpacking. Oh, we didn't kill any nests, so this is useless to me. That won't actually give us anything. Just reroll that entirely. There we go, 40% more area effect range. More grenade speed. Yeah, those pinwheels are bigger. Dance in the flames with me. Dance with me. Dance in the flames. That's 2 meme wins today. Both with fire. God damn. And that's the only one we've won that I've killed literally 0 nests with. That, I think, is our only winning run without any nests. Oh, thank you for the follow, Alex. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoy this mess. It won't always be things like this, but you can always count on me to do something weird with it. Chaos and strange behavior are the 2 things you can always rely on here. I did pop over to the frozen tundra earlier, and we didn't do well. Thank you for the follow as well, Sunamu Games. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And the only thing is, we have already done both the things we need to do with fire. I will still go over to the frozen tundra and chew through that at a bit again to show off the level for people. But I think I will try something other than fire for a little bit, and for one last round. And yeah, actually I don't see... Then again, there is only the one cryo weapon, so I guess that's why there's nothing to increase that specific damage type in here. And there is more than one poison weapon. Understandable, Alex. Anytime anyone appears is always appreciated. No matter how, when, why. Let's see. What do I want to try this time? We did kind of abandon the all-shotgun run. So here, let's bring the all-shotgun run back. Yeah, it just stood out to me that that was the only of the elemental types we have in this game that doesn't have a passive bonus to it. But like I said, if there isn't another cryo weapon other than the cryo ray, then it makes sense that there wouldn't be a passive benefit to it yet. Now, if more ice weapons get added, though, then you know, there's something there. I can get to this hive fast. No, I'm not gonna get there fast enough. This was the wrong layout to try to get to that with. And of course I was running the whole time, so I got no money. But that's fine. The problem we're gonna run into here is I just cannot fire enough to keep ahead of them. I would have needed to have gotten here quicker, but I did not account for the layout here for that to have worked. I do not do this level often enough. And there is equipment banishing. I also wouldn't mind having relic banishing be an option as well. I didn't spot that being a thing. That might be nice to, like, banish some of the grenade upgrades when you're focusing on guns or vice versa. Let's go ahead and banish that. There we go. We have 3 spread shots. But this thing's gained enough health now that I don't know how good an idea this is anymore. Not that it's the first time I've done something that I've considered a bad idea. Yeah, no, rushing this is no longer a viable plan in this position. And there's also ways you could make the cryo stuff get a bonus without necessarily even needing to go direct into damage. You might be able to, like, have a passive benefit for cryo be just like the slow gets more intense, even if it's only by a little bit. It may make it significantly more effective for people that bother to invest in it. But I could also see that very easily getting too strong is the only reason I hesitate to suggest that. Because you could easily end up in a position where enemies get slowed to the point of not moving anymore, and they already can get slowed pretty heavily. I don't think I really need attack range with the current setup. What I would actually want is just more fire rate, ideally. Turn these shotguns into auto shotguns and watch them tear through. Ow, the biting. Ow. Ow. I will say, early game power so far, the shotguns are pretty good. The RNG less good, but you know, that's how it be sometimes. But, you know, you would also expect an early on weapon like the shotgun to be pretty effective out the gate. Help ease people into the game a bit. Hey, Goodle. I did not process the fact that those were all bombers. Well, I'm not gonna count that one because that ended way too quickly. But how you doing today, Goodle? Yes, you and your identical 200 friends were very successful there. Yeah, it's definitely hot everywhere for sure. And I would like it to stop. It's not as bad today as it has been before, but it's supposed to get like ridiculous again here soon. Otherwise, everything's good though. They started off feeling a bit sick and blah, but mostly he's gotten over it already. Turns out mauling through hundreds of bugs has healing properties. Who knew? Editor's note, it does not in fact have any doctor-verified healing properties, but try at your own risk. Exactly. I'm really never gonna see another shotgun, am I? There we go. All I had to do was complain about it. Which works a concerning amount of the time, really. It really shouldn't be how that works, but you know. I'm not gonna argue with it if it does. I'm only gonna argue with it if it doesn't. Clear those little buggers off of me. Going crit rate will actually matter here because these can crit. That was a choice, but I got the Berserk bonus out of it. We just got it at the wrong time to really fully utilize it. There we go, now we're getting places. The rate I'm going, a little health regen might go a long way. Well, they scale based on what difficulty you pick. They're only faster than maybe as I'm at a higher difficulty. Though this isn't a very high difficulty. It is designed to be more dangerous, but these are also the weakest enemies, so they don't do a lot of damage to you. They more scare you into making mistakes as far as the little fast guys go. But it does make things very harsh while you're still learning. On the base difficulty, though, they are slower than you. I've also passed up a few speed upgrades, though, that would have made them not be faster than me, and there are passive speed upgrades that would also even that out. Back to the not giving me shotguns thing, huh? Oh. I have been rewarded. I'm actually gonna take this one because I'm going to be going and hunting hives down to make that actually work here soon. As long as that still gets improved, even if I don't have the hive now, which I'm not sure which way that works. We'll find out. If I suddenly start doing more damage after I kill the hive over here, we know why. Yeah, I know. I lose my untouchable challenge. That's fine. I wasn't going to win that one if I was going over here to fight a hive anyway. This has more health than I accounted for. But I also wasn't paying attention and didn't realize we were already at wave 5. For those that may have missed that discussion, the hives get health based on what wave it is, and it can really be a problem sometimes. Yeah, we're not killing that quick enough right now, so I'm gonna have to back out of here so I don't die. It'll keep the damage I did to it, even when it gets extra health. It'll stay at that percentage, roughly. But we need some room to fight for a bit, or we are going to die. We can just go back in there with better shotguns. Better shotgun. Thank you. I should have used my banishes as well, but it became a game to me whether it was going to let me have what I was asking for or not. And I decided to play on a level playing field, which isn't always a good decision. Berserk. Just go ripping through everything. There's also a bomb over here we can make use of here in a moment. Once they build back up, if they're going to. That's probably as many as are gonna build back up, so we'll just blast that. He says as they immediately build back up significantly higher because he was impatient. God damn it. For those coming in, you can just pick whatever weapons you want. I've just been specifically selecting one and sticking with it. It has been a choice of variable quality. Let's just put it that way. Because we have gotten a couple wins this way so far today. Neither of which we expected to get. So, you know, there's that. Gun speed, because that's our main failing point with the shotguns right now, is there's too many times where the shotguns aren't firing, so there's gaps. Welcome back, Swarm. Yeep. I made this joke once already, but to think this was supposed to only be like a 2.5 hour stream today, and here we are about to double the intended time. Yeah, this is what happens when I plan ahead, like, yeah, this is how long I'm gonna go. It never works out that way. Never works out according to the planned time. Ever. No idea why I make these silly plans. It does make rerolling cheaper when I banish things. Okay. I was looking at that and testing that, making sure I saw what I thought I saw. Okay, this is a hive I can kill. There we go. It's not going to give as good a reward, but that's fine. It gives a lot of experience and a lot of goo to spend, which is the more important thing to us at the minute. You know, powerful benefits would be nice, but take what you can get and all that. Is there another nest over this way? Because there might be another one over here. And if there is another weaker one, we can poach that in the hopes of getting some more easy stuff. But it's not looking good so far. But we're also still pretty slow, so covering the map is... well, that's the opposite of what I'm looking for. That's a stronger one, not a weaker one. I feel like we're a little bit behind at the moment. I feel like we should have a higher... There we go. I was about to say, I feel like we should have a higher end shotgun by now, and, well, ask and ye shall receive. And I do like how the effect to some of the bullet weapons changes when you get them to a higher tier. Like, my shots changed color. Makes it, one, very easy to tell which one of them's firing, and two, it's just a nice touch. And you can see immediately just how much more effective that higher end weapon is. And you know, I was just talking about needing to figure something out for the 400 follower goal here soon because it got closer, and what do you know, here we are 3 away from it, and I'm really staring down the barrel of having to figure that out now. So that's a thing. Because I obviously want to do something special because these are good milestones to be hitting. I just need to figure out what the hell to do with it. Because I don't want to just do the same thing I've been doing, so I gotta figure out something. And I'm sure I can come up with something. I've got plenty of things up my sleeve. I just gotta figure out what people are gonna want to see. That's always the tricky question. Well, that's good. Okay. Temporary thing. I'm gonna sell the blue one. I'm not gonna combine these yet. I wanted the gold shotgun, but in the interest of having 3 shotguns, we're gonna hang on to 2 red. And for just a moment here, if I was able to grab any of this, I would have been able to afford to keep the other one and combine the reds. But I had to make a trade. This may not be melting them with fire, but we are definitely still melting them. Just with hot lead instead of hot fire. Should be able to chew through this hive now. Oh yeah, just ripped right through it. Just clean house down here. Okay. These, and get out of this trap hole we're in here. Yeah, sure. Attack speed while in the air. Skip that one entirely. Yeah, sure. Rounds like that one are exactly why I was pointing at the idea of maybe getting relic banishing as well. Because, like, the utility upgrades, for example, do nothing for me since I have no utilities. Much like the grenade ones do nothing for me, because I'm not using grenades. But there's also something to be said for keeping the pool as normal rather than shrinking the pool. Because if you shrink the pool too much, you're guaranteed to get things you want, which then kind of makes it irrelevant to a certain degree. Like, it takes a layer of chance out of building a build. You're basically just going to be able to build exactly what you want. So there's things to be said for either end of that idea, really. Is the end to that statement. Well then, I now have 3 red shotguns. Maybe I just hang on to that till I see another shotgun then. Hello, nearly guaranteed crit rate as well. So this run has taken a turn for the successful. Quite the turn for the successful. Gee, do I want the 5% or the 10% gun damage? What a decision to make. If you thought I was tempted to take the 5% to be funnier, you'd be right. It would have been the poster child of shooting myself in the foot just for a laugh, but, you know, that's fine. Take the Berserk, destroy this hive for fun and profit. Hey, look, the same results again. Just tape these two together to end up with the same result as this one. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm saying would happen if I had the pool reduced as well, though, is you'd end up with situations like that where it has nothing else to put there. Which is still happening sometimes anyway. Also, absolutely 40% more gun damage. The faster fire rate is tempting, but these red shotguns are shooting fast enough to keep up already. So more damage just means they push through harder. Welcome back, Lixie. Still just chewing away through piles of monsters. Hopefully all is still going well for you. That is certainly a choice you've made there. Though you will not be able to do it for much longer because this is the last run of the day. And I know I've said that a couple of times and then things happen, but this time, putting foot down more. Oh. Yes, I know. And I dare because this old man is tired. That is how. I don't think we're gonna make it to a nest. Oh god dang it, I earned it. And there's my gold retirement shotgun. Perfect for going retiring on a farm and keeping people off my lawn. 15% more power to all other relics, but 100% more attack speed while jetpacking. Let's make all of our relics stronger. It's only 15%, so a bunch of them really aren't going to benefit that much. But I'm sure it'll pay off. And that's also just such a ridiculous concept that I felt like I had to take that. Besides, you'll get plenty of time with me tomorrow, Lexi, when we're playing 7 days. It'll probably be more time than most people are going to have wanted, and then, well, here we are. This is the choices we've made in life. Oh! I didn't realize I hit that berserk, and, well, that nest died before I even knew it was there. Huh. We have a 130% crit chance now. I don't think I need any more. Just gonna go out on a limb there and assume I probably don't need more. Just 3 more waves, and then this will be a win for shotguns everywhere. Where's our gun damage at? Oh, there we go. Put us to a nice 200%. More attack speed. More. Let's see how quick we destroy this hive. Here I come! You're not gonna be able to escape me. It's like you're attached to the ground and can't run away or something. Anyway, that was destroyed very rapidly. Oh, guess it's jetpack duration for me. I have come close to dying a couple times here today. So that's a second gold shotgun. Can we get a third one this time? Is it gonna happen? Can we have 3 gold of something? We can. Triple golden shotguns. If I throw this run now, I'm gonna be so upset. We got the triple gold of the same weapon finally. It just took getting a much more common weapon. But it's fine. The bullet curtain is worth it. We are the bullet hell now. It could get worse, too. I'm not even at the highest attack speed I could be. Am I the bad guy now? I think I'm the bad guy now. These things don't stand a chance. I'm curious to see just how quickly I kill the Crusher with this. Because I think this might be the highest per bullet damage we've had so far today, too. Considering everything else we've put a lot of out hasn't had viability for crit rate. Which it's interesting that we have over 100% crit rate, but we're not critting every hit. So that's a concept. So there's some variable in there that I'm not aware of, too. So I guess maybe I should have kept pushing the crit rate higher. And we do have a whole other wave to make money on, too, so... I could still get stronger. See if any of the nests have respawned. Nyum. There you go, you thought there were a lot of bullets before? Now they can't even render how many bullets there are. Oh, hey, there's a nest here. Wham! Single volley and the nest's just gone. This is what it's like to go mad with power, isn't it? This probably is what it's like to go mad with power. I'm not sure I'd know though if I was. Like, how would I? Come on, open up. More damage. Oh, okay. Games go back and forth with that one, so it's always hard to know for sure which way that is. But that does make a lot of sense. And honestly, I haven't recently read the text on how it's described in this, so it may even make that clear enough. And I'm just not remembering it. Well, guess I'm getting more health. Because I don't really need 100% more jetpack speed, and defense while jetpacking isn't going to be as good for me as health. I'm very much a jumpless jumper most of the time. Okay, I guess they want me to have more health. If I just stand here... Now the flyers can get at me, though. So I'll just need to watch for the occasional flyer that gets through. Ow. Like that. I could have cycled more, but damage while jetpacking is fine. You just gotta be somewhat careful letting all this stuff pile up, though, because I don't want it to start causing performance issues. I don't know how good the cleanup system in this game is for that kind of thing. They do seem to gather up into larger orbs, which is a good way to keep them from getting too out of hand. But there is still a way where that can still get broken. And if you're not careful. Sure, 20% extra goo on pickup, why not? Give me all of the money so I can just re-roll for days. It's not gonna matter at this point, but re-rolls for days. Just gonna go on a rather enthusiastic walk around the map now. There we go. This is definitely a build I should have went onto a higher difficulty with. But we were also dying on this difficulty trying to get to this point too, so mixed results there. I'm mostly fishing to see if it'll give me another yellow one. More out of curiosity than anything. Okay. Let's just go get the Crusher. You know what, Crusher? See this nest over here? This goes first, and then I'll deal with you. See, there we go. I'm so gonna pay for my sins of doing that, by the way. I just want that to be known right now. This is so gonna backfire on me, and to that, all I have to say is worth it. Crusher's dead. I just deleted the poor boy. If I didn't jump, he would have died instantly. But since I jumped over him, I ended up shooting some of the other ones before him. Oh my god. Oh, that's where rocket rounds are. Ooh. And now we got the volcanic wasteland, because I hadn't actually won on the ice map at all. Oh boy. But if you want to see the volcanic wasteland and the rockets today, you'll have to buy the game yourself. Because that is definitely enough out of me for one day. 5.5 hours is good enough for me. I will quickly find us somewhere to be. Thank you for helping make this a reality. And hope you have a good one. I'm sure I'll play this again at some point. I don't know when it'll come up, is the schedule coming up's kind of full. Well, in some regards. With a few things that are coming out. But it will definitely come up again. That is a guarantee. You know, I was just talking about the fact that they were going to play Abiotic Factor later, so that is one good option. Oh, there's a lot of people playing Chained Together and regretting life right now, huh? Oh boy. Yeah, you know what? I was talking them into streaming Abiotic to a certain degree, so you know what? We'll go over there. We will go over there and support that. Oh, and they're just starting too, so this is... Oh no, it's been on for a bit, but it looks like they might just be just starting the game, though. Which is fine. We will go ahead and throw some support that way. Because I really enjoy Abiotic Factor, and I will always encourage people to be playing that, just like I encourage people to play this. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. We will be back tomorrow with the 7 Days to Die lobby with Lixie, Char, Voila, and Pazzy. Provided everybody's actually there and available, there's probably going to be some fiddle there. We'll make the best of it we can. Then Monday we'll be back to Vernal Edge, and like I told you all earlier, Tuesday's a little up in the air between whether it's going to be a large collab or if I do actually manage to start Gestalt, Steam, and Cinder that day or not. That being one of the games that's impacting the schedule potentially. If it's not on Tuesday, it'll be on Thursday, and potentially Friday as well. But yeah, with all that said, be good to Kitty Cat, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.